Hello everyone and welcome to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. Hello Lulu, hello Gabriel. Evening friends. Hello Vinit. Good luck with the California. Thanks, man. Oh, I have no, I really like California. I was debating living there. Debating it. How can you beat that which can never be beaten? Hey guys, I got a question. I can't really see how true my contrast, my black, my whites, and my grays are. So can anyone tell me if my hair and hoodie actually look black, or does it look more like a gray color? I thought taxes were lower in California. Hi Matt, thanks buddy. Hi Antonio. Looks black to you? Nice. So then my main monitor's contrast is a little too low. Hey Matt Charang, where are you from? You've been here almost every day, man. Thanks for coming so often. Mario, welcome back. Hi Hafiz. Thank you. Hair has some reflection, huh? Seems okay, looks black. Thank you, Zarni, for your feedback. Welcome for your first comment. You're from Southeast Asia. Anywhere in particular? Indonesia? You're probably either from one of three countries. Indonesia, or Philippines, or Malaysia. I almost guarantee it. Fucking knew it, see? Did you know that I was in Kuala Lumpur last year? Right, Lulu? We were in Kuala Lumpur. And I was in Singapore, right, Gabriel? Huh? We got a game. I'm playing support. Sarni, you're from Thailand? Oh, I wanted to go to Thailand. Love pad Thai. You've never been to Kuala Lumpur? That's okay. You don't need to apologize for that. Fuck techies! Hard support. Guys, I think I'm gonna be spamming Vengeful Spirit.
You know what to do.
And you were in Europe, right, Vinit? Thailand was a little hot 15 days back. Oh, Varun, are you from Thailand? Have I ever been to Kuala Lumpur? Yeah, I was there last year.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose. Remember, the goal is to have fun.
Oh, you went there 15 days ago?
Yeah, who am I kidding?
Romania, Vinit. Ah, I've never been there. What's it like there, buddy? Can you tell me more about that? We have a haze situation right now in SG in Malaysia. Haze. Like a polluted, bad for your lungs haze, or like a that looks slightly disgusting outside, and it's making me feel slightly depressed, but it doesn't affect my health haze. Bounty Hunter. Now there's a hero I haven't seen in a while.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Affects health loads? Oh shit. Do I like Nasty Lamak? I think that I do. Yo, if he picks Pudge, our right click's gonna be very bad. Unless this guy picks something really good for right clicking.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Stop burning trees, Dio Putra. Do Jocelyn and I still keep contact? Yeah, she comes to the stream every week or two. How do you know Jocelyn? I've only seen you here for like the last month, KGN. Offlane Slardar, huh? You followed me a long time ago? Okay. What do you do to be a moderator? You have to come here very often, and I have to think that you're a good person. Hi, Fanky. Kaijin from Wu Assassins. Woo! Indonesia represent.
Yes.
This was in the bag the day
Fortune and glory await.
Thanks for neat. Well, you know, Mario, you could just keep coming here. And eventually I'll think about it. But I mean, if you never ever leave comments, then I don't know you exist, right? So you kind of have to say something at least. and don't talk trash, you know. Thanks, Lulu. Thanks a lot. Chara and I have some kill potential.
It's in the bag. 30 seconds to battle. Well, feel free to start killing before that. Why not Snickers?
Am I calibrating? Yes. New season started. Wanna try?
Vengeance flies beside.
I stun the lion, I guess.
Let the battle begin! Whew. Okay, are your cards right? This is way done.
Wah, 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 wah.
Let my vengeance soar.
Thanks, smart monkey. Gonna need that luck.
Faster. I fly.
Smart monkey. The funky monkey. Holy fucking block. You wanna trade with me, bro? I have 6 armor, motherfucker.
The time has come. My sentiments precisely.
He has a windlace.
For you.
Huh, time to pull.
To battle.
Pulling.
Very well. I am there.
Oh my fucking god, I missed. Yo, Legger. Thanks, buddy. How you doing, my friend? Well, time to drink some cafe. Hello, Sebastian. Hi, Brieg. Hey, Feast. It's called the mute button, man. It's going alright, Brieg.
Heads up, we're back.
I am not
Beach started lagging after Lagger's donation.
arguing.
Shit.
Four.
Oh shit, man, that guy.
My sentence
First blood!
Oh boy.
that was but the first
Pick up my Sage's Mask, okay?
revenge.
Thanks, buddy.
Time is up.
Not for you.
Oh fuck!
Vengeance flies beside me. Faster. Interventions. Battle. As you wish. Very well.
Oh shit.
As you wish.
You better fucking run, bitches. Bitches. Denied.
Invisibility.
How does he see me? Oh, creeps. Oh, I should stun. Sorry. Ah, yeah, I should have stunned there for sure.
I fly. I am not
I cannot laying against this guy though. So I need help.
Oh, we did it!
I need to back up.
I have stun in 1 minute.
If you come me, we might be able to kill her.
Oh shit, dude! Wow! Holy fuck! That fucking nature creep MVP?
The top tower needs some help.
I'm gonna go ward now. Nice.
battle. Four.
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Very well.
Yeah, I'll come back top to help you. Hey, Skywrath, I'm coming mid. Holy shit, you're hella low. Dude, I didn't mean to use this clarity. No! I might just die for this. I don't even have boots, dude. Okay, fuck you, man. Seriously, I'm position 5. I'm a total not worth it target. Okay.
Put the missile on him. Stay.
Okay, I would just go back mid for now.
Faster.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower. You and a couple of friends can probably stop that. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Vengeance flies beside. If you insist.
Oh, that's not the right one.
As you
Hmm.
I fly.
PH, are you gonna buy Urn?
I was planning on it, but you can if you want.
I don't have to. It's fine. So, did you want to buy it?
I am not.
Yeah, I'll get it.
Okay, sounds good. A fake ogre.
Hello everyone. Friends, Dota 2 stream.
Oops, my stream is playing in the background.
Let my vengeance soar. Fall.
The main guys.
I'm dead.
3, 2, 1, let's go!
The time has come.
Hello, Ridge Gaming. Hello, Robert. Hello, Chris.
I am there.
Haters.
I'm in trouble.
Got haters, guys. Let's go.
Going in.
Big party top. And the runes are up.
I fly.
CPM.
Grab haters, guys. I got haters.
You got Atos.
How
Killing spree! Tower's under attack. You bet that sucker!
Oh, time to buy items.
Dominate! Double kill!
Hi, Connie. This guy's got a Midas.
I will not fall again. Faster.
Okay, that's enough feeding for one day. What? All the tomes are gone? Nobody cares about Vengeful Spirit's levels, huh? Yeah, I'm gonna save this raindrop just in case this bounty hunter doesn't actually buy Urn, like he said he would. He did say that he was gonna buy an Urn. He said that. Invisibility. Holy shit. Damn. Invisible. I think that ogre is like
Just
put a
smoke
word.
now. Here, not TPing on small.
Yes.
That ogre was here. I don't know why he's there. I guess he's trying to pick off the bounty hunter.
Very well.
The smoke.
Vengeance flies beside me. Attack! Let me stretch my wings.
Easy money.
Battle.
Okay, he's got the urn. I'm gonna put this raindrop back
Trying
in.
to knock down your middle tower. This is one of the things in the bad column.
With a vengeance.
Oh, I'm dead. I have nothing.
What the fuck, Jared? I went to the tower, you fool!
Viscoyot's talons.
Oh my god.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind
OD
of
tank
bad.
on this.
Dude, this game is getting out of hand like really quickly. What the fuck? You run upward, dude. Into the trees or something like that. I don't know. Maybe it was a pathing issue. Maybe, or maybe not.
If you win.
Wait a minute. Face boots is better for this team, isn't it?
Careful bottom. They're all going bottom. All going bottom.
Because they have Slaughter, so and they have Lifestealer, so isn't Phase Boots better for me? So if Phase Boots is better for me, I'm not saying that it is, but if it was, then maybe I should go Home Dominator with this glove.
Soar.
Funky Monkey.
I am not.
Oh, we caught him, dude.
Tower is under attack.
Was the dude on my wave?
Flies beside me. The time
Oh
is
god, I don't want to die. 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 I'm not a chicken. Mama didn't raise no pussy.
Tower's under attack.
Yeah.
Rally the troops and get over there.
Ah!
campaign.
Oh god. Ow! I'm dead. Never mind. Just leave me. When did OD get over there? Well, I spent all my money before I died, so yeah.
It ain't over till the last building falls. So fight.
Oh, he put a word right here, dude. We fucking found it. This word is immediately worth it. They have a word right here.
Faster.
Does BH have a bunch of wards? Yeah, he does.
May
Okay.
the sky surrender to me.
Did he just ward right in front of? Okay.
ODS ward stuff. Yeah, I'm
He
coming.
sure does.
Time has come. With a vengeance.
Oh, they see me.
I might be able to swap you. Never mind.
As you know.
No, I don't know if that ogre is a good idea. I don't know about that.
I need to buy, man. It was just one hit, or for dying.
Who? What now?
Very well.
We get the shrine going.
What are we talking about? Oh, he wants a shrine? Gyrocopter!
Kill.
Nice.
I'll call it myself.
They have a word there.
Faster.
Gyrocopter!
Let my
I feel like I should be with my
vengeance
teammates, but I'm not quite sure. I mean, look at all this free farm here. No one's taking it. It's just a waste, right?
soar. I am willing.
Whoa, some heavy commitment. You fucking dead, bitch! You fucking dead!
Your middle
On my way.
You fucking dead too, bitch!
This guy. Careful.
Okay. Dude, I just get so rich from that.
Don't let him do that!
I'm so slow. Oh, there's an ogre here. I might track this motherfucker.
I did.
Nice.
OD blink. OD blink.
If you win.
I don't know if Lats is a good item on this game. Maybe, cause we don't really. I don't know. We don't really right click that much, huh? English only. I think that guy is looking for a ban or something like that. Where is he? No, they don't have ward there. I don't think. Let me check. But
Killing spree! Carnage! If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty animated. Top tower has fallen. That'll show him.
maybe I'll just helm dominators.
Tower's under attack.
On that.
Radiant
that.
called in the
We're gonna get a
fortification.
2-2 out of that. Hopefully.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad. Dire
Counties are up,
structures
counties
are
are up.
fortified.
A gift from the goddess.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower. Best thing about the enemy.
Anyone want bottom
tower
farm?
is it's
Careful, he has that DD though.
Oh,
Oh, you're dead
I might be able to swap you guys.
Come on, Axe.
Faster.
Run, my friend. Oh shit. Oh boy. Oh. Oof, great pick off. So maybe we'll get the. Ooh, I'm farming with the spirit. I forgot about that. Maybe we'll get the ice ogre or something.
Stop souls power. Like a promise of revenge. Vengeance lies beside me.
Hi Najib, thanks buddy.
Wait for me, wait for me.
Yeah, you can't really Atos him because then he just rages immediately. Oh shit.
Come back, come back. They told me I have vision there. I have vision here. Get back to it.
Oh, I'm gonna die here.
That was
No.
bad, that was bad. I already dead though.
That's pretty bad.
I'm already dead, guys.
Yo man, we're either playing really good or then we play really bad, but there's no like in the middle.
Are you even watching your top tower?
Get that back.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Phase boots and then medallion.
Oh, they don't have anything good.
Your bottom tower has fallen. You got one less middle tower now, by the way.
Is a dish best served now.
I could have TP'd here and triple stacked this, huh? Oops.
As you
Okay, well we're gonna get this creep for now. Because it gives 3 armor, aura.
my sentiments precisely.
I could go Vlad's. I thought about going Vlad's, but like our team just doesn't right click that much.
Faster.
It's 3 armor and a 2 armor aura. Oh boy. What are you doing?
We cannot
I
keep
don't know.
flying.
I'm lagging so hard. I'm just dead. I'm still lagging, guys. I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
Spawn edge.
That always making a lot of play.
We're throwing a little bit right now.
We're throwing a lot.
Yeah. Blame need a blame on a big axe.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be.
And how did I get bashed here? Like, well, what stunned me? I started TPing and then I got stunned somehow. Does anyone know?
62, we cannot even fight, don't show on the map.
Holy fuck, we're throwing the game so bad. I'm thinking about getting 4 staff.
He has a bice, he has a bice.
At last.
He has a
He has a
bice.
bice now, careful though.
Yeah, but how does Lifestealer bash me?
By the bloody pina. My spirit soars
Whoa, Lion was there? I didn't even fucking see that guy.
with a vengeance.
Oh, it's right there.
Don't show on the map.
Anyone else getting sleepy? Your bottom tower is under attack.
Okay. Lion stunned me. Thanks, Ace.
You
And yeah,
better
4 staff doesn't cancel TP.
bottom tower.
I don't wanna die, I don't wanna die, I don't wanna die.
A gift from the goddess. 4.
We've got a BKB now.
Tower is under attack.
Lies beside me.
So perhaps I will just get Medallion but not Solar Crest because he's getting Solar Crest. And 2 Solar Crests don't stack, but a Medallion and Solar Crest stack, I believe.
I am
And we will get
Shouldn't
that.
be fighting until we have BKB.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I need some more map control.
Get back, get back.
What do you mean your bottom tower's gone?
the time has come.
I think this might be warded somewhere around here. If I were them, I would ward that. Or this. Or this.
I am there.
We're gonna need a lot of sentries. Yeah, let's ward like this.
My sentiments precisely.
Okay.
They're coming. They have wards here somewhere.
I'm scared. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Tower could talk,
I don't want to
it'd be
die.
pretty mad at you.
Very well.
That has BKB.
They don't have vision anywhere around here, or is it here?
I'm trying to knock down your
That's so odd. If I were them, I would totally do that. I'm scared looking at this guy.
Your middle tower's under
He might have turned the radiance off though.
That was burning the creeps.
Okay. In that case. They have vision bot shrine. Rage gaming. You're wrong. Whoa, 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 whoa.
You're sick. Your middle tower is under attack. Regeneration.
Run to shit.
Dominate.
There's my 1 and 2. You want me to go Desolator? God damn it, Matt!
Oh shit.
I'm a fucking position 5, bro.
Mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. We have your middle tower. Not being there no more.
They just said hi, Gabriel. Grab them.
Faster. I am there.
I'm fucking dead. I'm fucking dead. I'm fucking dead. Can't let this OD blink. Or this Slaughter blink. No blink for you. Yeah, no, we just lost. Is this the point where we just let them end it? Anyways, Matt Trang, I'll explain to you why your build suggestion is not very good.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, we don't even have that many right clicks. Why would I go Desolator? Whose damage am I amplifying? Just Gyro?
Nice.
It's not worth it. Secondly, I will never get enough farm to farm all those items, dude. I mean, if we're gonna theorize like late game builds where I'm gonna go Scotty, I'm gonna go Satanic, I'm gonna go Mjolnir, I'm gonna go AC and Butterfly, but position 5 don't have time to farm that kind of shit.
The middle barracks are under attack.
When did I use my stun, dude? I don't even remember using stun. Nah, he's probably fucking gone. Dude, is that gonna reach? Oh boy. Oh boy.
Invisibility.
By the bloody pinions of Avilava.
It's mine.
Alright, gonna have my medallion. Gonna put it on Gyro.
The time has come.
So this guy needs help.
With a wrench.
I'm about to get a vice as well though.
That's great, man.
My bad. So.
I am not hard.
Go high ground.
A fucking level 19 lion, dude. He's higher than all 4 of us. Can't let the slider blink. He wants to blink. Okay, wanna let them end it? Yo, AJ, long time no see, friend.
Your middle tower has fallen. They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
It's okay, man. You don't have to apologize. It's nice to see you again.
Tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack. Your ancient is under attack.
I don't think it's an outdraft. I think it's straight up outplay.
The instructions are forced. Dire ancient collapsed.
And we just kept playing like retards and they kept picking us off. We needed to play like a 5-man cohesive unit. Oh, what's this new job? All about. Ancient 4 safe lane? God. Oh. Valvoa, you do this to me. Holy fuck. My MMR is not that low. It's okay, Matt Charang. You know what the truth is, dude? If people in chat make item suggestions, there is probably a 90% chance that I think that the item suggestion is bad because they just don't understand some concept of the game. Sometimes people make suggestions that are like, "Oh, that's not a bad idea." And that could work with the right execution, but most of the time, like, the fuck are you talking about? Like, you want me to go Solar Crest Desolator? Like, I know your thought process, right? You're like, well,
Let it.
Eventual Spirit has Wave of Terror, and that reduces armor. Solar Crest reduces armor. Desolator reduces armor. That is all minus armor, right? I get it, but like, it's just not realistic and it's not feasible, and it doesn't work with that lineup. Yes, Johnny. Check Discord. Alright, what is this all about? Oh, wait a minute, we have a clip here. You guys ready? I've stunned in 1 minute.
If you come in, we might be able to.
Oh shit, dude! Thanks, Allegro, for making that clip. Oh, sound effects aren't on? Is that right? Oh yeah, forgot to turn it on. My bad. Check Jaro's previous rank. How do you do that? Alright, enjoy your dinner, Lager. Thanks for making the clip. I'll see you soon.
Ooh, you get to dance.
Hard support again!
You only got 5 seconds. Even less.
Fuck
now.
Deckies.
Your pick
Go in
now.
Jaro's profile.
Repo.
You can see his rank from his profile. There you go. So I still don't understand. Oh, Divine 3? Oh, dude, he fell down like almost a full medal, huh? That's...
5 seconds left.
Supports pick, please. Oh no! I was just about to pick.
Your pick. This is where
We're gonna be
you
spamming Vengeful
open
Spirit,
your-
guys.
You know what to do.
Divine the Legend 2. Damn. Oh wait, whoa, shit! The eye tracker's on. Don't worry about it, guys. Hey, which set looks better? The Peacock set? Or the Flightless Fury set? Or the Peacock set? Oh shit, the eye tracker's on. Oh shit.
You know what to do.
Actually, is it on?
Good now. Here, Meepo. What? Huh?
Oh, okay, good. I mean, nothing. Hold on, let me check out this eye tracker thing. Why is it just bugging out recently? Ignore that. It's on now, right? What did my teammates ask for? Who asked for what? Were you guys paying attention to the in-game chat?
I fly.
Who's mid? This guy's mid,
Axe
right?
has a list of things in the bag. This thing is
Prepare for
definitely
battle.
on.
To battle.
I think I did it correctly. So we're gonna be laning. Is he the mid? Offlane Night Stalker C?
As you wish.
Okay. PA.
Very well.
Can't even buy Sage's mask, huh? Jesus Christ.
I think we can agree that this one is in the bag.
Okay, let's go like this.
Fly beside me.
We need 4 staffs, do we?
I'm
Okay. So, now this is a good Vlad's game. This is also a good Solar Crest Desolator game, but not Desolator would not be on me. He'll be on PA.
If you insist.
Like we have a decent amount of physical damage this game due to PA. Actually, Necrophos right clicks for quite a bit too once he gets his plus 30 damage talent.
Yes. Faster.
You use your Fisher for what now, dude? I can stun this guy.
The battle begins.
I fly on the wings of war.
Who got first blood? Axe dies, and then oh shit.
My sentiments.
Why is this guy just fucking attacking us like this?
As you wish.
We can kill this guy. I have a stun. Dude! Oh my god! What are you waiting for, you fuck? Oh my god.
Vengeance flies beside me.
Did we cancel his solve it? Oh my god. Dude, I don't know about this PA, dude. Feeling kinda nervous about this PA.
As you wish. Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Fisher, bud. Go ahead. Go ahead, Fisher. You think I care?
Faster. If you insist. As you wish. Nice and
Oh, do they see that TP? I think they do. Okay, well, we have to play a little bit more aggressively now.
I fly.
Okay, they know Rubik's here, dude.
Skywrath style of staring.
Oh, he has Fade Bolt.
I am there.
Not too far, Rubik. Dude, oh my god, this guy's gonna get himself killed.
Let my vengeance soar.
Hey, Soccer can't see shit during the day.
Fall.
There we go.
Not for you.
Not for you. Oh shit. What is Rubik doing?
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that.
This guy's got 5 magic wand charges.
With a vengeance.
No, I don't need to pull. Okay.
Let my vengeance soar. Feel my talents.
This Shaker's mid.
Good job.
Let me stretch my the sky to spark.
Got a kill.
I am not arguing. Nice and at last. Attack!
Dude, Night Stalker is gonna fucking run around and fucking kill everyone in a sec.
Help, help.
You're fucking dead, bro! You're fucking dead! You're fucking dead! You're fucking dead!
Faster!
Thank you.
I fly. Very well. A gift from the goddess.
That should help.
Oh shit.
As you
Okay, okay.
Radiant
Thanks.
structures are fortified.
Oh boy. What a sh.
fall.
Oh, you mean the TP that's on cooldown?
Dire structures are fortified.
PA's blaming me. Are you fucking kidding me? You fucking shit.
Killing spree.
Axe is not axe.
Pay attention to what?
Dominate. Double kill.
You're flaming some dude. AFK, pay attention. I asked you a very simple question. Pay attention to what? God.
Your top tower is under attack. You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny? You even watching your top tower? Unstoppable.
I'm here, I'm here. Have some, have some, have some.
Your
Go
middle
back in,
tower
Pierre,
is
you
under
fucking
attack.
pussy. Stay as Tribot with Pierre. What the fuck's wrong with this Rubik?
Time has come.
Ah, Jesus Christ, Dota 2, man.
I am there. I am not hard.
All right, you know what? I'd like to have a good time, so I'm just gonna go ahead and mute this guy.
Vengeance flies beside me. If I must.
Oops, wrong button. Hey, take this.
With a vengeance.
I cancel TP mid.
That's fine.
Oh, I'm paying attention. I'm paying attention. Oh. I really want to tell him, hey, look, I paid attention and you just fucking fed. That would feel so good. But no, I want to win some games. Hi, Rahman.
As you wish.
Your top tower is under
Oh
attack.
boy.
Defend that sucker.
Need to put down some wards. Stop this Necrophos from dying and dying.
Tower is under attack.
Regeneration.
Let
Where's
my
Monkey King
vengeance
anyways?
soar.
Your top tower has fallen.
My sentence precisely.
I'm coming behind this invoker. I'm behind. Can we kill him?
We can.
I have sentry as well. Nice job.
You taste your own rotting tongue.
Not yet.
Oh god. I got Monkey King, dude. I'm pretty happy with that. Hey, you want fucking kill my illusion, bitch? You want an illusion? Go ahead. I don't care. Huh. How did Monkey King die? No, with my last little bit of strength, I used Magic Missile on him, and he was quite low, so then he just died. And it was glorious. Let's see here. This is a good Vlad's game. Let's see. Anyone buying Vlad's?
This should make my life easier.
There's no way in hell Rubik's buying Vlad's, right? Let's see. We're gonna go Vlad's. Okay, and then let's see here. I'm gonna ward top, I believe. We're gonna smoke and ward top.
If you insist.
Okay. Oh, this rune is still here, dude. Hey, I can come swap you if you're in danger.
I'm fine, I'm fine.
Okay.
I have my ult mid.
The bottom tower is under attack. Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad. Dire's structures are fortified.
Monkey King's TPing mid, I think. Monkey King mid.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Oh, there better be something important.
Oh.
I am there.
Denied.
There's 4 mid.
Oh boy.
I think they're TPing top now.
I still have swap for you.
Structures are fortified. And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more.
What the fuck, dude?
That goes down.
You serious?
I fly
I can TP to the shrine.
I'm fucking dead.
Fall.
We were different as
Killing spree! Double kill!
You want the rune there, or they have a rune there? Oh, I mean, we have a ward here, which kind of, I mean, really, where are we vulnerable? Which direction are we vulnerable from here?
This must I set out on this road.
We have a ward here.
My sentiments precisely.
I can save you.
Soar.
No, I have no one helping me.
With a vengeance.
That was good.
What the? Oh shit.
Wow, they're still there. My bad. My bad.
Double kill!
Return to your unquiet grave, spirits.
I'm not really sure that's the reason why we need a ward there.
Killing spree!
Really did not expect them to still be there.
So do we need a ward here now? And then a ward here because Invoker's here? Now do we need a ward here because Monkey King's there? Jesus.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower!
Very well.
Your bottom tower has fallen!
Can I win? I could.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower!
Feel my pain.
They're probably here.
We'll have to do.
I'm assuming this is warded.
Vengeance flies beside
invisibility.
Yeah, they're coming for us.
TPing to the shrine top.
I am
Double kill!
Can't win. Cannot win.
This is not us.
Yeah, this is warded.
Hey. Hey PA, I'm going to buy Vlad so you can use that mask for Satanic. Okay. Actually, I don't even know why I'm trying still. I feel like we're gonna lose this game anyways. Also, that PA flamed me earlier, dude.
I fly.
You know, I think I'm gonna start banning Night Stalker every game.
You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Yes.
Dire's putting up a barricade. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. What?
This is warded axe, careful.
That was their word.
You got one less
They're probably gonna run to you right now.
Soar.
Oh god.
Don't save him, just let him die.
I am there.
That's my life, you know? Hi, BJ. Dude, Val fucking hates me. Oh god.
It ain't over till the last building falls. So fight!
He didn't have his ultimate, right? Hey, something good finally happened. Oh.
Your top tower needs some help. Monster kill!
Oh god, I'm just warding, man.
Your top tower has fallen. Whoa! Double kill!
We fucking lost this game. They had like triple our kills. Is the P8 kind of like a garbage hero now?
The time has come.
Oh, come back.
Spirit soars.
Maybe.
If I must.
God. That didn't even reach, dude.
As you wish.
I can TP bottom.
As you wish.
Actually, I cannot TP.
Fly to it.
I don't know if I even want to play this game anymore. It just doesn't feel hopeful.
By Skriok. Four. My sentiments precisely.
We can turn, I think. Maybe not.
My sentiments precisely.
I don't have TP scroll.
Monkey's chasing me.
Use your blur, dude. What the f— oh my god, what is he doing?
Double kill!
Oh god, no. Oh god, run, 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 run.
Phantom strikes.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Well, that kind of worked out. Oh my god. I need 2 men. I need 1 man. I need 1 man. What the fuck? Okay. Even though my stun didn't land, I put down the sentry just so the stun can land. We got the kill anyways. Jesus Christ, this fucking game.
I can push mid. Monkey doesn't have his ult.
I'll take it.
Fortified distractions. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Faster.
I'm trying to run to you.
Run from death.
Get back.
I might be able to swap you Necrophos. Boy, I don't know. I don't think I can do it. Here we go. Oh god, oh god. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Ah, my whole team's dead.
I am there.
I said push mid, which was the play, since we had 5 up and Invoker was dead, but somehow it turned into all of us getting wiped in a buyback. It was pretty retarded.
I am there.
Yep. Basically this game in a nutshell. God, man, my calibration is going so shit.
Dire structures are fortified. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. This is one of the things in the bad.
Yeah, BKB it?
Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. Your middle tower.
I'm dead. Goodbye, my friends. I'm not dead. No sunstrike, no sunstrike. Whoo!
Radiant structures are fortified.
Let Pierre get BKB. What the? I don't want to die. Where the fuck did he go? Oh, he's already here.
Let my vengeance soar.
This guy doesn't have blink. He doesn't have blink dagger. Fucking 23
Can we
minutes.
just reset? This is not a good fight. Benj has no health for some reason. Go heal.
Yeah, you remember that fight mid near the tier 3? I haven't had a chance to heal since.
I know, but I know. That's why I'm saying we should reset, not run at them.
The enemy's bottom tower has been
Uh-oh.
denied.
PA's getting toxic.
That's the worst thing that could have happened to it.
Some great advice, guys.
We need to get a pick off before we push mid. They're stronger than us.
I think shit games are a part of calibrations. They draft you with much weaker players if you win too much. Are you sure that makes sense? I'm not sure that makes sense. I mean, not everyone can get weaker players, right? Maybe I'm the weaker player.
Battle. As you wish. I fly. I am there.
The runes will spawn soon. We can probably fight bottom.
Now, why would Earthshaker be in that area, part of the map?
The enemy's middle tower has been denied.
Invoker's bottom.
Care bottom, care bottom. Can you guys just back off bottom? Me and Axe are top. Here, I want this rune too.
Battle. Fall.
This
fucking game.
paid for this, but give me something to do. Septic shock.
As you
Let's get back. Don't fight that.
Okay, I won't.
faster.
Oh, all the lanes are pushed out, so they can't get any
Your
objectives at
bottom
least.
shrine is under attack.
Let my vengeance soar.
They might TP back to you, Axe.
Your bottom shrine is under
It'd be weird if they did, but
No, they're still mid. Gee, what the fuck, man? You looking for position 5 to kill?
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
What do you guys? This is warded, huh?
can't push.
Bottom shrine has
Great job,
fallen.
guys. Great job. Great job. Which calibration game is this? I think the 4th or the 5th.
Now they can push. We should definitely
4th.
Your middle
Are you gonna TP back, bro? TP back when racks are gone?
Someone with worse luck than me.
And you missed the call on Monkey King, and you go for Monkey King in the first place.
Your middle barracks is
BKB down. Yeah, that's what you say. I can swap you and die.
good. I have no
Can't fucking cast shit.
Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill.
Fucking my goddamn thing's dead.
Almost got fucking monkey. Got silence.
Fuck you, Invoker. Thanks, man.
Dyer's doing that glowy thing. Nothing to do until that's done.
Has this Rubik done anything this game? He's 3 and 4. What the?
Your bottom tower has been denied.
Damn, dude. My teammates suck.
Get out there.
Monkey King has 26 skills? Oh my god. I don't even know what to say. I'm gonna farm this real quick and then ward.
Can we put sentries up in the ward spots?
Like a promise of revenge. Vengeance flies
Yep.
beside
That's what I'm gonna do. Oh, someone's caught out.
I don't have my ult.
I am not arguing.
Okay, man.
Yeah, he's coming for me.
I can maybe. Oh god, you're dead.
Double kill.
Ah, found the rewards. Found the Night Stalker. You wanna fight, bro? Cause I don't. Oh god, I'm dead.
Dominate. Double kill. Your bottom tower just took a turn.
You'd be throwing daggers, man.
Hey, your bottom barracks need help. Someone ought to build a barricade or something. I know a couple of guys.
I'm gonna fucking deny this rack.
Bottom barracks has fallen. Bad news about your bottom barracks.
You want me to play Monkey King next game?
Get or else you're gonna die.
I'm not a really good Monkey King player. I have like 10 games of Monkey King. Or maybe 15 games of Monkey King.
My Skorok's talent. My sentiments
Oh.
precise.
But I can't play him in unranked if you want, Gabriel. If that is your request.
Maybe smoke on that?
My sponsor friend.
Never mind.
Oh god, this game is so hard. I'm higher level than Necrophos or mid?
Time has come.
I only ate like one tome, right?
Here, monkey's bottom.
I'm higher level than the offlane axe? What the? The only person I'm not higher level than is our safe lane PA.
Now they could come.
Hi Sharon, welcome
This
back.
is warded.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Double kill.
You know what? Maybe I'm the carrier, you know? No. No.
Fuck me, man. I should not have queued. I really, really hate this game. I don't know how you guys are so bad. It's amazing.
I'm just almost level 19 just saying.
I mean, like, we never de-warded.
We never de-warded?
You fucking suck, man. You fed first blood. You didn't do shit this game.
Oh god, Dota 2. Just end it, please. Get me out of this game. I don't even... I have no motivation left to try.
Not paying attention to
I mean, PA is a dog shit pick, and he played like shit also. Well, he went fucking lifesteal first item.
Nah, I'm not even gonna bother, Gabriel. How many tomes did I read? Oh, I read 2 tomes. I mean, it's not that many tomes, and it's not like Vengeful Spirit has an experienced talent. How did I get higher level than these fools? Oh god. Thanks, Lulu. Hello, Michael. How's your day going, Namdota? Oh yeah, let's play another one. Oh god, look at this graph. We were never even close to winning at any point in this game. Actually, let's check out my levels. Oh, we've got a game ready. What do you think a fair challenge would be? I'm not sure what you mean by a fair challenge. I think a fair challenge should be similar MMR teams versus similar MMR teams? Or are you talking about some kind of silly challenge? You want to check Monkey King's profile? Sure. He's Speedline 4 and now he's Ancient 6. Dude, that is a troll and a meeple together in one. That's actually kind of creative. No, I think I'm going down to Divine, maybe even High Ancient Namdota. No keyboard match? I mean, we could do it. I mean, Slacks apparently plays with no hotkeys, so I mean, I could play with my left hand up here the whole time. Oh no, this guy actually calibrated even lower. I think he had calibrated Ancient 5. He's Divine 4, August 26, and then they reset him to Ancient 5. So he fell almost a full medal. A lot of people falling down like whole medals, huh? Hey Yukio, I need 6 more games on support. Thanks, Yukio. Hard support again.
Best hero. Wait, ain't that kind of cheap?
I'm fucking done with Night Stalker, dude. I'm done.
5 seconds left.
I'm probably gonna play Vengeful Spirit again because I win lots of games with Vengeful Spirit. Statistically. And we gotta put on our try hard mode hat on. Because it's calibration time. Techies? Techies what? Rage Gaming?
Your pick. This is where you remember.
With current ranking, you cannot drop rank once calibrated. So your metal, your metal does not go down. If you hit like, you know, if you hit Immortal at 5.8k and you know, you drop down to 4k, you're still Immortal. The metals just don't go down. I wonder if I can Ho Herald. What? Maybe the strategy given you're playing Ancient should be that you carry Q.
You know what to do.
I don't have any opinion on that in particular. I will say that I need more coffee if I'm gonna last it. I played with Silvio yesterday, actually, Yukio. Yeah, he plays only Zeus, and yeah, he picked Zeus in my game as well, and it was not a very good pick in that game. SD Miranda Virgins, yawn. If I calibrate, I'll owe MMR to the game. How much? You won 7 games. You D-ranked from Archon 3 to Crusader 3. God damn. I think I'm gonna be Ancient, guys. Yeah, I think we're going Ancient, boys. And in fact, if I'm whatever's lower than Ancient Legend, I'm actually just gonna quit this game and uninstall.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Bro, play Mirana? Hey VJ, how do you want me to unpick my hero? How do you want me to go back in time? Is that Purge's Grimstroke? Oh, it might be, huh? Purge. I mean, this... Does he play these heroes? Does anyone want to look this number up to see if that's Purge? Because he should be around my bracket.
$1 if you calibrate to Divine 0 or higher.
822?
This, my friends,
Divine or higher? Ooh! I'm gonna try my best. Thank you!
Like playing Gyro as position forward.
That does not sound like Purge.
Bag didn't even exist before I arrived.
Run around and just harass the fuck out of people.
Yes.
Yeah.
What are we talking
That's how
about?
you play 'em.
Oh, these guys have been...
Tanky, I'll get like a pipe and stuff depending on the team game and comp.
Are we talking about me? We're not talking about me, are we?
Let my vengeance soar.
I think Tiny saw me.
You guys see an SD? Okay, they're top. Mirana's there, watch out.
Oh, I almost tanked that arrow for him.
Nice. They're not synced up yet. We gotta pressure this, they're top.
I am under attack.
We have a DK who will do probably nothing.
Marbles were at all valuable.
You want to disrupt me, bro? What's your move speed? One slower than me, motherfucker!
Let my vengeance soar.
You should have known better.
Yeah, so that's not Purge's voice, right? He's more monotone. Hey, guys.
I am not arguing.
I think that Crystal Maiden should have blah, 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 blah.
My sentiments precisely.
We're gonna need tangos right away, because we have 2 tangos. Kinda rush this shit.
If you insist.
you can't have it.
Dude!
With a vengeance.
Who's Miranda? So I think Miranda's either mid or still top. Oh, she's top.
If I must.
He's got disruption level 1, so he's kind of worthless.
You are
What you have?
very well. Faster.
Hey, Karajar, I'm gonna pull real quick. Or not. Never mind.
As you wish.
What the fuck, man? Oh, first blood, baby!
Now that's how it's done, kids.
Gyrocopter.
There.
No, I think I'm not gonna pull right now.
Oh. We would have fucking won a team fight so easy if you had Gush.
Here's one charge. Nice. Gyrocopter. Care, I'm pulling.
Vengeance flies beside me. Let my ancient sword. Yes.
Too late, motherfucker.
I am there.
If I go silent,
Ooh, I get tangles here.
Kill him.
Should have bought more items while this courier is coming.
Alright, yeah, wait for your 3, I guess.
Is Mango's coming?
How the hell are you not 3?
Faster.
Hey Sharon, I don't really take song suggestions because everyone and their mom will ask for song suggestions. How did he right click me over here? What the? Does this creep see me? Or does he have ward here? Right click me, Miranda. Fucking do it.
You should be dead. Stay here. What are you doing?
Oh. Miranda's level 2.
You shall be broken like my wings.
Can't have it.
My spirit.
What the fuck's wrong with this tiny?
By the blood.
Got him! Nice.
I despise the look of you.
Okay. Okay.
The time has come.
Tiny TP back top. Okay. No pull. Maybe we can kill him again.
You get nothing.
Grabbing runes.
Fuck, I almost killed that goddamn Slark.
What are you doing, Tiny? Oh shit. You killing me, Tiny?
If you insist.
I'm gonna fucking die, aren't I? Yeah. Oh, my wand.
Look out for fallen rock.
Slark went use shrine. Missing. SD missing. Careful.
So he doesn't have vision mid right now. Wait, I need 80 gold. He doesn't. I don't think he has vision mid. Yeah. He's yet to put down that ward. Well, he's still low, dude, and he doesn't have vision. What abilities does this guy have? Gotcha, bitch! That's what you get.
Dire structures are fortified.
Gyrocopter. Okay. This lets your courier know that you're gonna stack.
They're gonna step up yet.
Wait, oh, they de-ward my shit. And I don't have TP scroll. Kunkka needs help. I mean, DK needs help. Nah. Our chase is really bad. Oh. What items do I got by this game, guys?
Faster.
Got mana boots here.
Not for you.
Maybe next combo we can kill him.
Let my vengeance soar.
Where is this guy? Oh, he's over here. Come on, dude. Come on, fire your rocket. I think we can dive this, Jaro. Die! I missed the high five. Oh man, go for me, really?
Ah, shit, he's 6.
Jaro, what are you doing? Help me!
You had no place here.
Force staff for Slark? That is probably a good idea. But we're going to think about it first. I think bottom needs some wards. So we are going to... We can go back top, and but I don't know, man. It doesn't... Can we combo together? He's level 6. He's level 6 too. I don't know. I have to save this guy right now. Nah, she has 2 leap charges. Runes are almost up.
Use some mana.
If you insist.
Oh boy.
I gotta let him have it. Oh shit, Mirana ult, careful.
Yeah. Do I run towards my teammates? Nope, I have no teammates to run towards.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Nicely.
Boop.
Kunkka's here still. Kunkka's there still.
Holy shit. Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? Fight him, just fight him, dude, please, fight! Oh shit, that was a really bad swap. I don't know what I'm doing. It's okay, Dragon Knight skills well.
Top not going too hot.
Top's going okay.
With a vengeance.
I need to put down these wards though. Hey Rima, I don't know what you mean by vision forest mate.
Let my vengeance soar.
If they have vision in our forest, I do not care about that at all.
As you wish.
Oops.
I am not arguing.
This DK is a Midas build, not a pusher build.
Mirana's missing still.
If I must.
Do you have a TP for 30 seconds?
Can we kill Tiny? Kill Tiny, okay? Kill Tiny.
Kinda bad.
Coming.
Call that?
The bottom tower is under attack. Why is doing that glowy thing? Nothing doing till that's done.
Faster.
Good job. Push this tower.
I am dead.
rotate this SD or no?
Fortified. Your bottom tower is under
Cook is top.
Alright, back up, back up.
bottom tower has fallen. Look, the enemy's attacking you. Don't let him do that.
Ah!
Fuck, we're on all too, watch out.
Dude, range, man. Oh my god, that's so sad.
Very well.
Wah wah.
I am not.
Fucking Slark players.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
With a vengeance.
Oh, Slarks are here, guys.
As you
Your top tower is under attack. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Hmm. His DK is really farmed though. That's good. He's the strongest hero in the game right now.
They're trying to knock
Uh oh,
down your
he
middle
might just be dead here. Cannot save you from that.
Unstoppable!
Yo, I can swap this guy, okay? Oh fuck, I'm so slow.
Holy fuck, what's your move speed now?
like I promised, the time has come.
15-minute runes.
Just get tops.
Where's my pension?
Let my vengeance soar.
Hey, DK is coming. Seriously, you use Starstorm just on my illusion? Yeah, Miranda fucking hates me for sure. I'm coming, DK. I can swap you. I think we have Ravage too.
Got Slark coming.
Oh,
mid.
what the? He still
Careful, guys.
died.
Slark's going mid.
Okay, okay.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Yo, mid's a lost cause, Scrim.
Dominate! Triple kill!
Get back, Grim.
Tide Hunter. I hear you've been calling me names behind my stern.
Watching your top tower?
Oh man, it's gonna die to my illusion!
Ultra kill! Top tower needs some help.
I will not fall again.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I fly.
And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more.
DK is about to hit a big power spike, so maybe after he gets his readings.
Let
They just
my
smoke.
vengeance soar.
Okay. They're probably going for you, Gyro.
I don't have a TP for you yet there, Gyro.
Oh god, he's probably fucking dead, dude. Dude, this guy's so dead.
Yeah, Gyro's getting behind a little bit here. Too far though, which is good. We need to let him have the next tomb though, maybe.
Very well.
Tomb. English only, thanks.
I am there.
What did Gyro do just now? Yeah, so did he reveal his position? He was stuck?
Your top tower is under attack.
I could have come top, but me and you would not have made a difference.
My sentiments.
Top tower is under attack.
Oh god, they're starting to get toxic.
I'll wait somebody.
Sure.
Okay. Coming. Hey DK, I can save you. Maybe not.
Back up, back up.
Oh, dude. Yeah, I don't know why DK's there. Did he buy his relic at least? Okay. Oh, you still get aura items, I think. Amazing.
Is a dish best served now?
Well, hopefully once DK gets Radiance, you know. Dude, DK's highest level, now Kunkka's 2 levels ahead.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Runes are almost up.
20-minute bounties up here.
Vengeance
I don't know
flies.
if we can fight them or not.
I'm gonna grab top bounties. Okay, just DK, get back. Okay, I'll try to save you. Maybe I can swap you. I'm swapping you.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Die, Miranda, you fucking cut! Woo! My cores die again though.
You better pop on over to your bottom tower.
And our fucking gyro's super far behind, so we're fucked now.
Dude, what? Dota 2 is so hard.
Solo if you guys want to try.
Is this my fault? Did I really make big mistakes this game?
They dewarded this.
All again. As you wish.
Oh, hey, a word.
Faster. Let me stretch my wings. Time has come. My sentiment.
They're waiting to jump you, man.
Oh.
I fly.
Gotta get up.
Yeah.
Mid tower could talk. It'd be pretty mad.
Almost Radiance.
I am not arguing.
I don't think it's gonna make much of a difference this game, to be honest with you.
I can swap you, Chara. Die, Slark, you shit!
Double kill.
Yo, 3 for 2? That's pretty good.
Die in slide, Kunkka.
Gyrocopter. Ah! Oh shit! I gotta contribute to this with my illusion. I got the kill.
How many times must I set out on this road?
Okay. Wasn't there a ward here? I wonder if it was dewarded yet. Does anyone know? Hi, Charisma.
Yes.
Try to get a couple stacks here for you, Gyro.
I seem to be more useful when I die. That is a sad truth, sir. Nah, it would take me way too long to farm eggs.
Stacks here, Gyro.
with a vengeance.
God, I want to ward somewhere.
Vengeance
There.
lies beside
It's down
I got
here.
it, man.
Let's check to see if they have vision around here.
forward.
Man, it's so hard to ward against Slark.
If you insist.
I think it was probably just a sentry, right?
Let my vengeance soar.
You got a ward for here, man?
I do, but I don't think that they have vision. Do you think they have vision here?
He was just, I mean, SD just walked up here.
Yeah, he put down a sentry. He killed our sentry, but I'm not sure he actually put down an observer ward, unless you really think he did.
Alright, fair enough. Nope, I wasn't paying attention, so.
Roshan's dead. Man, him and that Aegis. Glad I never messed up that bad.
Why do I always play Vengeful Spirit? Because I'm good at Vengeful Spirit. I can maybe swap you. I'm coming, I'm gonna swap. Okay, they're way ahead of me. Oh dude, we're like, dude. Oh shit! Dude, that worked out really well.
Wanna get bottom bonies? Can someone
Wow,
get knives?
I'm just surprised, dude.
Yeah, DK, you need to play safe as fuck, bro.
But I'm worth so much more.
That's the thing with Vengeful Spirit. Like, even if you kill Vengeful Spirit, she still has a spirit left over. Like, that can right click and give the auras, dude. It's so powerful.
T2s here.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Goodbye, sweet tower. You won't be missed.
As you
Triple stack? Nope.
Yeah, let's get out.
my sentiments precisely.
I don't really want to ward here. I do want, but I think Stark's gonna find it real soon, so. What the fuck? When did we put the ward there?
Very well.
Let's see here. Probably gonna want to ward over here.
Vengeance flies beside.
I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Green put it? Okay.
Faster. As you wish.
I'm so fucking scared.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Let my vengeance
Oh, there better be something important.
Okay, they seem to be bottom. I think top's probably a little safe.
I am not arguing.
I might die any second now.
My sentence
Fix, I guess.
with a vengeance.
Okay, what is my next item? Maybe I can get medallion and empower the gyro or something like that.
Ignore.
Wait, is this recent? No, that's not recent. Oh, we got some action top. You might have to glimmer yourself. I don't know if we're okay. We're not fighting top.
Yep.
You shall feel my talents. Faster.
The top tower needs some help.
Vengeance flies beside me.
Hey, Tide.
If I must.
Pay attention to top. So can maybe we can contest. They moonlight, by the way. Maybe we can contest the 30-minute rune. Yeah, I think they're gonna come for her.
Fair, fair.
Killing spree! Double kill! Killing spree!
Got guts.
That's pretty good.
Got cheap.
Hey Ohio, I know what you're thinking of Yules, and you're probably really scared of the X marks, right? But actually, I don't care about X mark.
Fucking right. Let's go, boys.
Actually, where'd my illusion go? Yeah, this DK is becoming really powerful in the late game.
Very well. Spirit soar. Let my vengeance soar.
Fuck. DK, bro.
Wait, what? He's okay. I'm coming towards you. Maybe I can save you. I have swap. Oh god. Keep running. Keep running. Keep running. He's fucking dead anyways, man.
I'm fucking TP. I'm getting.
I highly doubt Lucian's gain earn charge. No, don't hunt. Don't hunt my illusion. How about eggs? I'm gonna think about it. I think Solar Crest is probably better though. I can put the Solar Crest on Slark, and then he attacks really slowly. Gyrocopter.
Y'all are making this game hard to win, man.
Hey Jaro, you might need a buyback.
Ancient, it's a gyrocopter replacing the flyby.
What the fuck, man? What the fuck is Burjalan? What does that even mean, dude? English, please. When's early Roshan goes?
Rush, yeah, it might be.
I'll check. Roshan is up.
We should do it.
I can come there. A sec.
It ain't over till the last building falls. So fight!
Not even gonna bother warding.
Roshan has fallen to the dire.
Let's go down mid or what? Or
I still think that... I don't know. Yeah, maybe we need to wait for Ravage at least. How about we secure the bottom bounty rune?
That's the stuff.
yeah, we should be able to get all the bounty runes, honestly. Pressure topsel.
I don't want to die, dude.
My sentiments precisely.
I got dust.
From the goddess.
Can we kill this Slark with sight?
As you wish.
Hey, are those really... Never mind.
Careful tide. Let's back up a little bit.
They're bottom.
Don't have a TP for down there.
That's okay. I'm just position 5.
Fuck. They're going top, I think.
Top tower is under attack. Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower.
Oh! Good.
Your top tower is under attack.
I fly.
It's like very retarded.
Your top tower is under attack.
I fly.
Medallion, Solar Crest. Coming mid. Jar has Aegis. Oh boy. All the cores are dead, dude.
As you wish.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
DK didn't BKB at all? Yep.
Holy fuck. Not good, guys.
Hey, I'm gonna... Oh shit, this starts right here.
I am not.
Yeah, I was gonna push that wave, maybe get some attention.
I draw one blade once more with scabbard.
DK has 64 armor, dude.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Might have to buy back here.
Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks is fallen. Hope you don't pay for lessons. They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
I am not to stop so easily.
Your middle tower has fallen.
That's GG. I lost another one. Oh, oh, oh.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. You gonna do something about it, or just sit there looking funny? Your ancient is under attack. He ain't lying.
I will say though that game was that was a pretty good game. It was almost even. Ooh, I got a gift. Lag, are you here, buddy? Thanks, man. Yeah, actually that was a really good game. And in fact, we were winning for most of the game. It didn't feel like it, but we were actually winning for most of the game. And then we just threw at the very end. Yeah, that was the push mid right there. We had like what? 70% chance, 65% chance to win or something like that. Oh, I'm playing with a bunch of ancients. Guys, I have a feeling I'm not gonna calibrate Divine. Oh god, I'm gonna be ancient again. Okay, let's open up that gift from Lagger. Oh buddy, I think I have like 6 of these. Ancient 0? What are you implying? Yeah, actually I have a lot of those. I just don't use it. Here, I'll show you. It's a shoulder, right? Yeah, no, look, no, I actually, I have 5 of them now. But thank you for thinking of me, Legger. I appreciate it, buddy. Ooh. So why do you guys think we lost that last game? Let's have a look. Let's see, 8 and 7 Jero, 7 and 8 DK, 5-4 Tidehunter. No one fed too much on my team except for me because my throne died. Thank you, Johnny, for your insightful input. We lose because Slark? I don't know, man. We lack in damage? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. No, I don't think the damage is the problem. Because, like, I don't know. Jared and BKB. All win and just instead of slow sieging mid after Roshan. Was it an outdraft? No, actually Dota Plus thinks that we slightly outdrafted the Radiant. DK no BKB. So I'm looking for something bigger picture, not like these small things. So like sometimes you can say something like, hey Pudge, if you land this hook, we win the game. And if you don't land the hook, we lose the game. Oh, well, I mean, if it was decided on that one thing, then we didn't deserve to win anyways. You know what I mean? I'm looking for like bigger picture things, like why didn't we smoke at minute 15, or why didn't we bait the bounty rune, or why did we ward so defensively? Those kind of things. Or why did we draft DK? Or why did, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like I'm looking for like bigger picture, not like these small little things. Tiny late game with eggs out damaged. I'm not really sure item damage is the problem. Hard support again. I'm kind of tired of Vengeful Spirit.
Your turn to ban.
The fuck is Night Stalker?
5 seconds left.
Into the moo. Into the moo. Hey friends, let's start the game off with some PMA. Off lane. Oh, first pick Zeus off lane. Oh, here comes the anti-Zeus. Well, you know, Vengeful Spirit is good against Tusk, but I really do not want to play Vengeful Spirit again. Why don't we buy 2 boots? I actually buy 2 boots all the time. Why don't I pick Night Stalker? Because I'm hard support.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
4 deep, 2U.
Remember, the goal
So
is
we
to
lack
have
disables
fun.
right now.
Yeah, who am I kidding?
Oh boy.
10 seconds.
No, I'm not gonna 5 me right now. I am going to play Jakiro.
5 seconds left.
So I stay away from the Phoenix and I stay away from Zeus, and if they initiate on the Zeus or the Phoenix, then I counter initiate with Ice Path, Macropyre, Dual Breath. Hey Michael, I calibrate in 5 games as it goes. I think 5 games for support. Thanks for the luck, guys. May I go off lane, tri lane?
You win or lose. No pressure or nothing.
Thanks for the support, guys. Hi, Osama. Ooh, Invoker. Core Invoker. You guys have to pick anyways, both of you.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Wait, so who's... Oh, alright, Zeus is the offlaner. We lack right click damage. Our right click damage, not very good, by the way. Is this guy fucking AFK? Previous rank Divine? Previous rank Divine? Sniper? I don't know how I feel about that. So, Necros, you're gonna have to be a little tanky, okay? Necro pick threw me off. Yeah, join the club. Last pick draw. I know some of you guys are scared of Bristleback, and I think Bristleback is probably very powerful in lower brackets, but we don't really care about Bristleback in the later brackets. Why Dota do this to you? Oh god, I know, right? I know, right? (13-7) as Phoenix.
Two sides of the same coin.
Okay.
We fly.
Prepare for battle.
I am in lower bracket. Are you kidding me? I'm gonna calibrate 5k almost guaranteed. And did you know that 5k players are better than 99.9% of players? But that's the lower bracket?
Dragon's breath.
I think because you say fucking Dota 2 last night, they see your stream. So you're saying it's karma?
30 seconds to showtime.
Ice advances.
He's. I don't know.
Doubly so.
Okay, 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 okay.
First blood!
Dude, this is good. So far so good. Oh, and I got first. Nice. Glad you like the accent, Sharon. It's just a standard Canadian accent.
Double trouble.
I mean, what about my accent do you like?
I just use all my regen.
Scalding cold.
I also do. Oh, yeah, I want something too.
Yeah, add something to that.
Where's Tango, guys? Where's the?
Thrust of wind.
Go away, Bristleback. Go away. We should have bought Magic Wand. It's okay. Now we should buy it now. Okay. So we're gonna go this item, and this item.
Yes.
Uh-oh. Did he see me? Oops. There you go. What the? Oh, I still didn't buy it? There we go. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. I got a Basilius first.
The freezing flame. Shall we? After you.
So this BB didn't itemize very well.
Grows colder. Fireband.
He doesn't have mana. Like this BB, like see how some of you guys are scared of BB, right? Like, but like he looks so weak.
Freeze and burn. Molten path. Forward. Ice and fire.
I am going to pull real quick. Yep. Sniper, careful mid.
No two ways about it. Ready. Yes.
You want some experience, motherfucker?
Forward. By thrust of wind. We ride the updraft.
Are you even watching your top tower?
What the fuck is this guy doing? He's like AFK. I wonder if he has ice shards or he has snowball.
Sky, embrace us. Yes. The freezing flame.
These guys are just getting fucking bullied, eh?
The skies are ours.
Yo, BB, sup, buddy? Like, look at him. Look how pathetic he is. He can't even get experience, and he has no regen. He lost his game due to his own itemization. Am I in legend bracket?
Shall we? Double trouble.
Can we zone these guys out a bit?
Ice advances.
Like, he has no regen. I can keep BB away.
Radiant called in the fortification.
It's probably me. It's probably me. Yeah, I'll grab. I think. Ooh, I don't want to die. Yo, I can cut this guy off, I think. Oh, sad BB.
For me.
Lions mid.
This guy's dead too, motherfucker! Am I gonna finally win a game? Nice. I'm gonna stack this for sniper. Oh, okay. I'm gonna stack this for you and then I'll come. I'm gonna get the experience for this. Where am I? Yes, I am. Nah. Whoa. Okay, we need to think about what items we're gonna get this game. I think 4 stats pretty good this game because they have the drow and the tusk. See, look at this fucking sad. I am higher level than this BP. This guy's level 6. Where's BB? I think he's probably like sadly farming this. Oh no, there he is. It's okay, you can farm. We're gonna give a sniper another ward before he gets ganked.
Your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
You did, motherfucker! Ah, I'm gonna die!
Killing spree!
Yo, man, this game is feeling so good. Way better than last few games. We're coming back.
I have nothing.
I don't have any detection though. So I think we just get 4 staff and then we go something.
Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. You done good.
Freeze and burn.
I'm gonna stack this for Necrophorus. Hey Necrophorus, I'm stacking these 2 camps for you. Unless this one didn't even stack. Oh, money. Sir? You're welcome. Hi Silvio, day's going okay. How's yours? I need to buy a TP scroll. I need to grab these runes. Runes? I'm level 6 without 12 mana. Oh, that's pretty impressive, isn't it? Okay. Wait, I don't want this yet.
Chose this jungle.
The skies are ours. Fired up. Doubly so. No. Freeze and burn.
Come on, Zeus, get the fuck over here. I wonder if Invoker noticed that smoke there. BB TP bottom? Yeah, we can try for mid. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Does Zeus have his ultimate? He does. Hey Zeus. Oh shit. Never mind, I'm dead. Damn it. Alright, Zeus is not a support, he's our offlaner. What the fuck?
Pretty good move if you ask me.
Okay. 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 What the fuck?
Ice advances. We blow hot and cold.
Oh, Drow's top now. Fuck. I actually wanted to kill Drow.
Ready.
Hi, Marco. It's going alright today, man. We've been losing most of our games, but this game feels kind of good. This doesn't feel like 5K bracket.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower.
What does it feel like?
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy bottom tower's double kill. Nice.
Oh boy.
We fly.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad. Gyre structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, that tower's gone.
And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more.
Scalding cold. Yes.
We're going top.
Holy shit, they're still chasing you.
Killing spree.
Oh man.
Top tower needs some help. Guy is putting up a barricade.
Sniper's coming with haste, top. Sniper coming with haste, top. Pop your ult, dude. Pop it. Pop it.
Hey,
Oh no, I actually need to buy a ward instead of this TP scroll. Not enough damage. Have I had a haircut recently? No, Amar, I haven't. I got a haircut like 2 months ago. Do I look better? Oh god. You wanna fight me at the shrine, bro? Oh, I can't even reach this. I can't even reach the shrine. Yo, man, he pushed me away from the shrine with deafening, dude.
Double kill.
Thanks, Amar. I appreciate your positivity, buddy. So what does the sniper have? Does he just have Maelstrom and that's it? Phoenix wants to use...
Your bottom tower is under attack. The bottom tower just took a judgment.
Didn't we just review too many TPs? Yeah, I think these guys are making a comeback. Can we do something with this guy?
Ice advances.
The top tower needs some help. Oh, there better be something important going on. There, nothing doing.
Hey, you know John Benabente? Even at TI, there's lots of one-sided stomps, right? You know, OG stomping fucking the whole everyone, you know? Right?
Ice and fire.
There's BB here. So this guy's in close to his 4-staff.
Freeze and burn. By thrust of wing.
That's dangerous.
The top tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Fire and ice.
Too late for that tower, huh? Hey, they're gonna TP bottom in a sec. I almost guarantee it. Can we get ready to fight there? Yeah, Tuss is down here now. I'm gonna TP to the shrine. Oh, no! I fucking called it! I fucking called it!
There shall be Shankers by the acres.
Doubly so.
Draw cancel TP. I think that she knew that it wouldn't have worked, so yeah, she probably just she knew it wouldn't have gone through.
Deny their middle tower.
Shall we? After you.
Mega kill.
Oh man, we're never fighting together. Yeah, I think that was a long TP too, because like, yeah, probably a lot of people were TPing earlier. Should probably get back real soon. Oh my god. Dude, oh man. Oh boy. So, okay, let's we need a ward somewhere over here. They might try to push bottom or mid next, so we just ward here preemptively. Yeah, careful our jungle. Oh Jesus.
Boarded.
Okay. Oh no. We have supernova. We have the level 1 supernova.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Uh-oh. Can we get more mid?
Tower's under attack. What, not your job or something? Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh my god.
Dude, oh my god. Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe, you know, you could argue Phoenix and I shouldn't have been there, but I don't know, maybe we were just really hoping that we had more teammates. Maybe Sniper just needs more farm. Wait a minute, he's getting mask, Morbid Mask? Why? And how's his farm so low? I think we lost this game, guys. Ah, God. Thanks, Stan. Who's going Shadowblade?
You better poof on over to
Probably me saying why you picked Zeus as an offlane, dude.
Actually, Necros is quite farmed, so... Yeah, we in fact do need him to tank.
Why would you pick Zeus offlane?
Okay, let's not talk about these kind of things, guys. It's too late.
Exactly.
Okay. I gotta smoke. Almost ready. We're doing so well early game, dude. Alright, they found my ward there. Oh my god, please. Dude, what are you? Oh my god! Oh my god! Ah! Arteezy. Cliff Teasy. Wow, man. I don't even know what to say. Sometimes you play these games and you're just speechless. You know, my team just feels like a whole bunch of, you know, a bunch of fucking monkeys.
Radiant just murdered Roshan.
I almost have 4 staff though, so that way I'll die in 3 seconds instead of 2. They have a blue ward here, for sure, but that doesn't mean that they have a yellow ward. Yeah, Birdman, it is a team game. The sniper, oh, he went Mask of Madness. Why? Maybe he wants to go Butterfly Satanic later. Yeah, that makes sense. Butterfly Satanic. I really want this 4 staff, man. Am I gonna die? Okay. Ah! I'm walking into it!
Holy shit!
Don't fight mid. For the record, I don't think this is a bad item. Do you think Shakira and Phoenix have a history together? I saw that, Mike Williams. Dude, Twin Dragon's so good. So think about it this way. They have to kill this Phoenix egg, right? But they can't really do it if I take away, let's see, 40 plus 60, 100 attack speed. 100 attack speed, dude. Jesus Christ. Oh, bitch. Fuck no mana, dude. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. What the fuck? Anyways, Namda, we just try to make it harder for them as much as we can. I also have Ice Pack to protect the egg, right? And Macropyre, so they have to pop BKB.
Do something about it or just sit there looking funny.
He's polite and efficient. Is that's a sniper quote, right, MR? I have 4-step for you. Oh fuck, they killed my sentry.
They're all there.
Zeus, do you know if they have a ward there? Demonstrate how to be bad at Invoker. I'm pretty good at demonstrating that myself.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah. Go. See that the combo with the egg, it's pretty good. Even though the egg didn't work out. Hey Matt, can you do me a favor? Just stop recommending items, dude. Invoker can always solo kill egg though. I'm not so sure he can, unless he uses BKB Church. Because what if I just hit him with Ice Path, right? Well, Namdota, it doesn't have to be a black or white kind of thing, right? It can be gray, right? Can you do they have vision in our base, Zeus? What the fuck? Dude, that radiance like aura is so obvious. Good thing he didn't get that deafening blast off, because that actually cancels Force Staff. Sniper, I hope that you're so fucking powerful late game, dude, because that pick is so ballsy. Traveling butterfly. That's real, isn't it? Like, this is just good combo, right? You just have to pull it off properly.
Barracks are under attack. Your top barracks is fallen. Your top barracks ain't nothing no more.
You'll have to do better than that.
Oh man.
You better pop on over to your bottom tower.
Oh, we lost. I'm gonna be ancient. They had sentry there, and just the sentry. Invoker might come for this sniper in a sec. Invoker might be coming for you.
Bottom shrine is under attack.
I wonder if Lion got his 90 damage right click talent, since there's a Drow. That makes a lot of sense. I want to know how the Force Staff plus Deafening Blast interaction works in Dota physics. I think, if I understand it correctly, Deafening Blast takes priority. So if you use it, if you use Force Staff and mid Force Staff, you get hit with Deafening Blast, then you go in the direction of Deafening Blast.
Your top shrine has fallen.
Oh, the lore?
Yeah,
Okay.
this is why we can't do
Nerd.
these things.
Oh god, that's an illusion, right? Am I gonna die dewarding? Maybe something like Deafening Blast is such a powerful force from Mr. Genius Invoker that it overcomes the power of a no intelligence item. This line's dead. I'm dead.
Double kill. Got one nice little tower now, by the way.
God, I don't know which one to go after.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Oh, he has a sheepstick. He wants to kill one of us with sheepstick. Hey, Ratchman? Nah, I finished school like, I don't know, in 2014, 2013. I don't study, man. I study Dota 2. I'm a student of Dota 2. Oh god, I don't want to die putting down wards, dude.
Shall we? After you.
Zeus 25 yet? No, he's 19? What the fuck? No XP talent? He has XP talent, he's only 19. Actually, how high level are my cores? School is really overrated compared to self-motivated learning. Well, I suppose the problem is you rely on school to motivate you when you don't have any. Oh. You a Shadow Blade? Well played. I don't care about that sentry. Yo, this game's over, dude.
That's what I'm talking about. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Shadow Blade Necro. I hope that courier doesn't see me on the way back. Ah, shit.
You wanted your middle barracks to not fall. You're doing
Yeah, the game was really good in the beginning. Really good. And then shit just went downhill really quickly. I don't have an opinion on his. I don't have an opinion on the Zeus offlane, and I don't have an opinion on the Shadow Blade Necrophos, even though my teammates do. Hey Rage Gaming, I am 31 years old. Whoa, someone just told someone else to kill themselves. Oh, my conduct summary went down even more? I have never been in the 7,000s. Or the 8,000s until like the last 2 weeks. Oh, dude. I think I'm like 1 in 4. 1 in 5? 1 in 4. 1 in 4. I'm a toxic motherfucker. Conceptually, a school should be an idealized learning environment, of course, but contemporary schools are broken in many ways. Well, I think there should be a school. I think mandatory education is necessary. Maybe too many people will opt out of it, right? But maybe the way that they teach students is probably something that could be worked upon. Hi, Leon. Dota's getting to me, Johnny. I haven't been too toxic in my last 10 to 20 games. Rage, I'm not married. Hard support again.
Whose ban is it? Oh, yours. 5 seconds left.
Yeah, conduct summary, I think it's like last... Wait, how many games does it take into consideration? Every 10 games? Shut the fuck up, Johnny!
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Yeah, I'm gonna be ancient. It says 10 games, Johnny, not 30. Alright, let's go back to good old classical Lion. Do you have any specific hero in mind for this game? Lion! You didn't say 10, Johnny. We have it on replay. No. We have like in that chat to the right side of the screen. We have it on replay. When do I get married? Only Asian people ask that question. Only Asian.
Remember, the goal is to have
Are you married? When are you gonna get married? You know, white people, all right, Western people, we don't really know the answer to that question. Because like, I'm gonna get married on June 27th, 2027. on that day.
Your pick.
Yes.
This is where you
I'm also going to be a millionaire when I win the lottery
What's going on?
next year on October 4th. Yes. You know, you guys ask questions that cannot be answered. Only Asians. Hey, Nabasa, I have lost 4 games and won 1 game. Immortal when? Yes. What the fuck? You said you were at school about 2014. Why are you 31 years old? Oh my god. Rage Gaming, are you a teenager?
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
How can I finish school in 2014 and be 31? I'm not even going to answer that question.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Am I going to calibrate today, Connie? I don't know. Depends how I feel. Do you guys think we'll win this game? I mean, this lineup looks pretty good. We need BKBs and Manta Styles. Smurf Dota games? Oh, I don't know about smurfing anymore. I just want to win games. But I can't play my best heroes on my Smurf. Thanks, Lulu. What's Bassy? Ring of Basilius. He's Chinese, he doesn't understand. TA mid. Can you give TA a Tango, Wind Ranger? His question is a symptom of why modern education is culturally broken. Oh! I think it's mostly a cultural thing, which is related to education, so that makes a lot of sense. I guarantee that guy's Asian. Line with 4 ladies? Giggity.
It's an open secret, obvious to all.
Do we have first kill, first blood potential?
Why not?
What if I just go down here and kill Drow?
Look how they flee before us.
Hey Yot, thankfully I've only lost 4 out of the 5 support calibration games, but my 2 core games, I think I lost both of them.
Yes.
Wait a minute, do we all have Sage's Mask?
To hell and back.
Thanks Jason, I really hope I win too, man. I feel devastated from all these losses.
Growling.
Maybe I can run around.
I go like the devil.
Come.
30 seconds to battle. But feel free to start killing before that. We're not stickers.
Where's Wind Ranger, dude?
Oh yes.
Carrot top?
Yes. Onward.
I always wanted to see an ancient fall. Yes, that's over. Don't make me come over there.
Wrong arm tactics.
Maybe we can snipe Courier real quick.
Oh hell yes.
Gonna try to snipe Courier mid real quick. It's the Storm Spirit, right? Storm versus TA. So he's not likely to use the Courier too soon, but maybe he will.
Verily.
Oh, Bassy first item. Oh, he used it. You guys ready for this shit? Oh shit!
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Sorry, Luna. I killed Courier though. It's worth your life, man. It's worth it. Okay, that last play right there was not good. I should have just stayed at the tower. Oh, God. You could also think of each of these consecutive calibration losses as future green plus MMR streaks once everyone finishes calibration tryhard mode. Hey, that's a good way to look at it. Although I have now been incentivized that if I hit divine or higher, I get a very large amount of money. So in a way, it feels kind of bad to lose these games. That's okay though. It all goes up and down sooner or later. Oh shit. Oh shit. Eat more tango. Oh, is he gonna die again? No, 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 no. Oh my god, he almost died again, dude. Oh, double stun. Don't die, don't die, don't die. Nice. Oh, dude, that turned out better. I want to buy items, dude. I can't right now. Die, bitch! Oh, the aura!
Killing spree. Double kill.
Oh shit! I'm so rich! I'll take one of these, and one of these, and one of these, and one of these. I'm rich as fuck, dude. Oh my god, look at that net worth. It's double my current goal. Let's give this guy some tangos.
Why not?
And yeah, I haven't calibrated yet.
Yes. Fall, my friend.
Oh boy, this guy's gonna get like double stunned in a second.
Verily.
They're gonna try to double stun you real soon. And
To hell and back.
let's scout for that shit.
That devil to pay.
I think I'm more powerful than this Vengeful Spirit now. You wanna dive me, bro?
Invisibility.
Runes in 30 seconds. Thanks, algorithms. Ooh, thank you. What a fucking nice guy! Let's tip him right now.
To hell and back. Denied. I don't like the devil.
Oh, what the fuck? Lag, dude.
Oh, hell yes.
Good job. Okay.
Coward. Yes.
Yeah, this lane was going really bad at first, but now it's not so bad.
Why not?
stack for this guy.
Feel my claw.
Yeah, I right click for a lot of damage thanks to this guy's aura. Nah, that's good, that's good, that's good.
Oh, hell yes. I feel like the devil. Forward.
Okay, let's do a little sucking. Oh shit! Oh, dude, worst time to suck. I can reach your viewers and likes up to 1K. I don't know what you mean by that, Rage.
I still got my pride.
So we are gonna save our TP. Oh shit. Oh man. Need crew. Okay, I asked you, I don't know what you mean by that, and you just said the exact same thing again, dude. That doesn't make any sense.
To hell and back. Why not? Yes.
I can't leave this Luna alone, she's just gonna die.
Oh, hell yes.
I really wanted to gank Storm though.
Oh, yes.
He on 6 yet? He is 6, so he has Eclipse then.
Why not?
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Earthshaker 6-2, right? Yeah, he is.
Yes.
Oh dude, that guy's hella low.
Yes.
We can fight these guys. Eclipse, dude? What the fuck?
Are you even watching the top tower?
Oh dude. Oh shit.
This time, I've brought hell back with me.
I have self for you.
Prowling.
Okay, we need to give this guy some ward, some vision, because he just keeps getting jumped and stuff.
Devil. Verily. Yes.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
Oh my god, that picture. Oh,
Prowling.
Oh, you're not going to bed?
To hell and
ruins. Oh fuck!
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
yes. My rage will.
Now, Dota, I know you like this,
I don't even want to hear it.
Mr. Warcraft fan. Okay, we're gonna smoke and kill. Let's see, Storm's 9, maybe Storm Spirit. This guy has no mana though. I mean, I could always kill Drow, but it just seems so easy.
Forward. Why not? Oh, hell yes. Verily.
Can we kill this guy? Enchantress?
Oh, hell yes. Got my ear.
That is Vengeful Spirit, okay.
Yes.
Rune top.
Prowling. Forward. To hell and back. I look like the devil.
Is Stroud gonna see me?
Yes.
The top tower is under attack.
If I kill Storm here, that's gonna be fucking amazing.
Structures are fortified. The top tower needs some help.
Oh, dude. Oh, Storm, why you go there?
Dire's putting up a barricade.
Oh, man.
Onward.
Your top
Ah,
tower is under attack. Rally the troops and get over there. Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice, right? Your top tower is under attack.
I need a smoke, dude. Let me suck.
Your top tower has fallen.
Ah, this fucker's full mana now, dude. HP.
Why not? Yes.
Let me grab it. Let me grab it.
Oh, hell yes.
Hey, TA, I'm invisible. He's scared.
Yes.
Thank you. 15-minute runes? They don't have global?
Yes. Yes.
Every coin helps.
Money
Your
changes.
top tower needs some help.
I need a... Man, this Storm Spirit, he's always been playing on the right side of the map. I mean, the correct side of the map.
I grow like the devil.
I need to kill him. He has Desolator. Oh,
Why not?
there goes my ward.
Oh, hell yes.
I want to kill someone with TA. Let's check to see if there's any wards here.
Prowling.
Hey TA, I'm coming. If you let me start first. Come on, dude.
To hell and back.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire's doing that glowy thing. Nothing to do until that's done.
Verily. Oh, hell yes.
Did someone just assume that I care about dislikes? You think I care?
Forward. Where's the fight?
Oh no, you dislike my video. Oh no! Oh no, what am I gonna do? I've already got thousands and thousands of dislikes already. What's another one? Oh no! Oh god. I'm gonna die. Hey TA, I'm gonna look for this storm.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
Let's go, let's go. Ooh, 2 for 1.
I go like the devil.
Your top tower is under attack.
I wonder if you try to deal with that area because I have nothing there. Shadow effect's not working? Okay, I don't know, man. Yeah, I haven't used Bluespan University in a while. I've lost some of the graphics for it because I accidentally deleted it. Yeah, you get a word sneaky, like, you put it here, like, it almost always gets dewarded.
Radiant called in the fortification. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh shit, do I need a TP mid? Nope.
Yes. Attack.
I'm coming for the storm. Sucker. Hmm. Dude, I'm gonna die to this fucking illusion. There's some kind of ward around here somewhere. Yeah. That's why they saw TA. Yeah, get care top, care top.
Money changes hands. Onward.
Yo, I have money for Blink Dagger. Holy shit, I'm rich as fuck. Mana Drain does not destroy Vengeful Illusion, otherwise line would be way too overpowered.
Forward.
Hey, we can kill Venge Enchantress.
Yes.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty magic. Killing spree!
Yes.
Thanks for trying.
Top is missing. Yes.
Okay, so I would like to smoke maybe with this TA.
Where's the fight?
Okay. Hey, Luna push. Okay, me and TA are smoked.
Prowling.
You dead.
Where's the fight? To hell and back.
Care top. Care top. Care top.
Why not?
I can go on this Vengeful Spirit. I can go on this Echo. Oh boy. I think he's dead, dude. Oh no, I wanted to kill more.
Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
Swiftly to the temple's defense.
He has Shadow Blade. Yo, man, you gotta wait for your team.
Verily.
+1 for a kill.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Storm Spirit doesn't have that much mana.
Why not?
I really want the Storm.
Trying to knock down your middle tower. What, not your job or something? Dominate!
Okay, Silencer here too. I have Storm over here. Storm's here. He has nothing. He's over here. Oh shit.
Oh, hell yes. Forward.
Haven't warded in a while.
To hell and back. I glow like the devil. To hell.
Mega kill!
Yes.
Jesus. Dude, that Fisher was perfect. He's Shadow Blade, isn't he? I don't think Storm can TP. Storm can't be there. Do we... I don't know, Glimmer Cape's the next item. Because they probably have a whole bunch of dust for TA. Could still be a good item.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Runes are up. Too late.
Fight. Why not? Onward.
Oh, they have no idea. Yeah, I had a feeling that Kenji guy was just trying to stir up shit, because there was another Kenji who was banned earlier, right? I don't know why you think you're even a good person, dude. Or that people like you.
Oh, hell yes. Verily. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Your middle tower's under attack. And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more.
I think Storm TP'd. Storm might not be able to come top. Maybe he TP bottom.
The enemy's top tower
Yeah.
has fallen.
Yes.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Your bottom tower just took a dirt nap. Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad, right? Your bottom tower is under attack. Double kill.
Are you fucking kidding me?
What do you mean your bottom tower is gone? Killing spree! Killing spree!
Shit, dude, that was a bit of a throw.
Let the fun begin.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Ah, does Luna have BKB? No, he doesn't have BKB. Holy shit. Cancel, cancel. Did I make some kind of joke that someone couldn't take earlier? Oh, okay, someone thought that they were better than me? Okay, well just show of your MMR.
Hell and back to hell and back.
Right? No need to compare. Just show of your MMR. What the? Yeah, I'm dead. This Wind Ranger's in trouble.
Killing spree!
They are ahead now. Hi, Tricky. Oh yeah, we have comics for these smart kids. Hold on a sec. Let's see, where are we? There we go. So you hateful kids, you know, I mean, you could do some good stuff, right? Go help your grandmother. Rescue some animals. Help some poor kids in impoverished countries, you know? Or you could do this. Fucking dumb piece of shit. Waste of fucking time and life and energy and resources. 30-minute ruins. Yeah, he probably is pretty. I'm coming towards you, Luna.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Yo, look. I just got fucking deleted, huh? That's such a good trade for us though, cause like we got a global and storm for me. Fucking Nerf Shaker, dude. We might have to buy oh, he's got a Yules as well. I think we actually buy Lotus, yeah.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Coming to join you guys.
Radiant structures are fortified.
To hell and back.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I'm gonna jump the Storm Spirit if I see him.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh my god! Hey, Luna, get back, okay?
Enemy's bottom barracks has
Holy shit.
fallen.
Sucker! Is someone still stuck in there? It's Luna!
Mega kill!
Get Eon instead of Lotus. That is a good idea if I don't care about my team. You can't use Eon on teammates. You can use Lotus on your teammates.
Unstoppable! It's sick! Double kill! The top tower is under attack.
Are you serious? Oh fuck! It just that was an echo, right? That was an echo.
Oh, there better be something important.
I wish there was a setting limit on how old you are to enter the stream. There is. I think there's like a 19 or plus only adult only mode. But it's really easy to get around. Like you literally just say yes, I am mature enough to review it. You can survive and get your spells off because ES can delete you. You could. Or I could just not get echo slammed, right? No, I care more about my teammates and I can position myself in a way that actually one is 30, 33 early Roshan. Okay, thanks Lulu. Wait, what the? Who BKB?
Dominating!
Yes. Onward.
The top tower is under attack.
Oh, hell yes.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Double damage.
Onward. Looking for me?
He doesn't have any mana left.
And back.
The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
Early Roshan means that that's the earliest possible time that Roshan can spawn. Remember when we had that comic earlier, guys? Do you remember this comic? Look at all the people doing good things, and this is him. That's fucking him. That's the guy.
Prowling.
Anyways, we're not gonna talk about it anymore. We're not gonna even say anything. This guy's done. He can fade into oblivion.
Verily.
Oh fuck, I just put 2 sentries there. Maybe we can play around this ward.
Money changes.
Oh, Luna's leaving, never mind.
I go like the devil.
Oh god, he's gonna fucking de-ward it right now. And he's gonna see 3 wards.
Why not? Yes.
Well, I'm almost 15. I should hit 15. It's not a stream snipe, it's just a super common ward area that anyone could have guessed. Unless you're really bad at warding. I wanted us to play around that area.
Onward.
Can you actually do that? Is that possible?
I go like the devil.
Hey, get back, okay? The other cores aren't around. You may have to BKB TP.
Come on, sprites.
Hey, Wind Ranger, buy back and scare them.
The Wind Ranger returns.
Oh shit, dude. Oh shit.
Double kill.
My sprites are with us.
Oh my god. I don't know, dude.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Hey Matt Sharang, what are you talking about?
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Your middle tower has fallen. That's the middle barracks you're losing, baby.
I've been to hell and back and
I think it's okay just to give it up.
Your middle barracks has fallen.
Trail might want this
Middle
wreck.
barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen.
oh yes.
Okay.
Your top shrine is under attack.
Hey Matt, no, it's more about being toxic versus doing something good. You're in the middle. You're not doing anything good right now. Or being toxic, and that's totally fine.
Your top shrine has fallen. Roshan.
Oh my god, they got it.
Him and that Aegis. I never met that
Oh, just...
Onward.
Shit, dude.
Yes. Why not? Oh, hell yes. Oh, yes. Prowling. Yes.
Rage Gaming? No one said anything about you, dude. Okay.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
I mean, do you disagree that you're doing something good right now? You're not, right?
Your bottom shrine has fallen.
Barely. Forward.
Yo, this Luna needs help. Oh my god, come on. We lost, dude. I don't know what I can do now. I have ages and fucking cheese and all that shit, dude.
Bottom barracks has fallen. Oh, you ought to be ashamed.
Yeah, I can't win games. Anyways, Rage Gaming, if you didn't mean that, then say what you mean, please. Don't just say shit. It was a great start. Man, I keep getting these games where like, I don't know. Terrible week of Dota for me, Mike. Hey, I'll be back in 1 minute. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, guys. Yeah, look at this graph. Oh my god, look at this graph. We're back 1 minute. Okay. Alright, I'm back. Thanks, Lulu. Let's read some of these comments. Oh man, I don't know what to do. Did the win range have much of an impact? So she read 4 tomes. She hit level 20. She went 0 and 10. You know what would be really interesting? Like a metric that counts like stun duration. I know like when you MVP, sometimes it says longest stun duration, but it would be nice to have this because then we can measure some other things like stun duration. So that way we can see how much time units were being shackled. Alright, queuing again. Okay. Alright, where are we? I don't know if this was, but the Vengeful Spear R is definitely a regular illusion, and Lion's Hex and Manager instantly kill it. Seriously? Wow. Well, I should have been doing that more often. Drow is pretty arrogant, calling Dara scrubs. Yeah, he is.
Ooh, you get to ban someone.
What's going on in the comment section? Why Blue angry? I'm not angry at all. You get those people everywhere. Ligan, what are you talking about? Where are we? I just want to win some games. Hurry up. Oh, sorry. Did you pay a lot of money for this stream? Honestly, I look forward to the massive pile of green plus MMR auto-winning games after these. Me too, Namdota. How many games for calibration? I think 3 more. Open Dota does. Oh, okay.
Your pick. This is
I wish it was built right into the Dota 2 client. Let's see. They have Leshek. This guy wants to play Invoker. This guy wants to play Broodmother, or not. Oh wait, no, he's a support. He can't play Broodmother.
5 seconds left. Remember the
Can you please explain the calibration? You play 10 games and then you're given an MMR.
Yeah, who am I kidding?
That's all I really know about it. Thanks, Mike. Mike, didn't you say you were leaving? Do you have a chance to get Immortal? I think I have a chance, but it's pretty much gone at this point. I mean, it still might be possible. Lulu, my girlfriend? Nope. How many more games left to calibrate? 3. It's either 3 or 4. Hi, Sandy. Just talking about the Drow. Let's see, what was your comment earlier? You get those people everywhere. Yeah. They're just arrogant, angry kids, you know? So there's always gonna be those kind of kids playing Dota. Long time no Dota, much has changed now. That is true. No, just depending on how long you've had since you last played, yeah, it's changed a lot. Wind Ranger last game. He's on my team.
You know what to do.
Yeah, the Wind Ranger is now the Dazzle, so hopefully he knows how to use Shallow Grave. Okay. $6 gold, 8 gold.
This is where you win or lose.
Alright, so Dazzle, yeah, Dazzle Axe, that's a good lane. So top will probably win by default. Unless they get something like... what beats Dazzle Axe? Like Ursa Undying or something like that. How's the weather in Canada? It's snowing outside. Lots of polar bears and igloos. Ice, you know, just regular Canada weather. Fiercer, how do you have the motivation to keep playing? One loses interest after doing the same thing for a long time, right? Yeah, actually, I feel like stopping Dota quite often, but it's literally my job to play Dota 2 for you guys, because I'm trying to build a YouTube channel. I don't know. You guys come watch, you guys give me money, so then I play. But if I wasn't getting any money, oh boy, I'd be fucking done with this shit real quick. Probably just play like maybe a few games a week. I just remember this will be the first season where core / support are calibrated separately. Yeah, you have to play 20 games. Bro's gonna have some regen, please. What a fucking polite character. I like this guy a lot. He can be in Canada. Dazzle, give Tango, okay. Hey Matt, you're not annoying, okay, man? I don't mean to say that you're annoying. And sometimes people do things that they don't understand the consequences of their actions. Like, you keep telling me to buy items and I'm just like, ugh, you know? And it's okay, dude. A lot of people do that, but you listen to me at least. And you stop, and you apologize. Some people are like, wow, Blue, I just want to make a suggestion. Fuck you, man. But you can't even handle that. Like, a lot of people react that way, and you don't. So you're way ahead of everyone. And a lot of people are down here. There you go, time. Chris, that's the time. I work as an accountant and then play this when I feel like it. Accountant. Ooh. Hey, Ligan, what do you specialize in? I'm actually thinking to become an accountant just in case this YouTube channel just is not successful at all. Doing taxation work. Where do you practice accounting? Do you know XQC Canada guy? I do not know who that is. So it should be Leshrac Bounty Hunter in this lane? No, Underlord? These three are the core. Underlord, Bounty Hunter. Okay, so they're not really powerful. So let's try to take 2 runes, Gyro.
Oh, hell yeah.
When the horn blows, the blood flows.
Time for yes.
You gonna do something? Come on, man.
To hell and back. Onward.
Drafting financials, also doing tax. You must have high GPM in your games because you're an accountant? That's jobist.
I grow like the devil.
550 is really good, dude.
Yes. Why not?
Where's Ring of Protection? There it is. Oh boy. Make him pay for that.
Forward.
Oh, I have Hex.
Yes.
Oh, fuck.
To hell and
Man, what a waste of Hex.
yes.
Fucking annoying little shit. I don't know if I can really pull like this.
Yes.
How's Axe?
Why not?
Oh shit, where's Bounty Hunter? I gotta pull. I think Bounty Hunter's on top of me. He should be.
Oh, yes. 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 Prowling.
Nice. Courier has been killed.
Ooh.
It's tough out there. Courier's just trying to make a living.
Bounty hunter is very close to you.
Where's the fight?
Oh, buddy.
I go like the devil.
Oh my god, you want a sentry? Fucking pick it up then. Jesus. Wow, man.
Where's the fight?
Like, how obvious can I make it for you, huh?
Forward. Verily. Onward.
It's fucking bounty hunter.
Oh, hell yes. Oh, yes. Forward. Onward. Yes.
The mysteries renew me.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I might need to go middle. I'm coming. I have sentry. I have sentry.
Yes. Yes. Death to all betrayed.
No, I'm fine actually.
Okay.
Verily.
You have sentry? Please.
Yeah, there's a sentry there. He knows about it though.
Why not? Dazzle. Prowling.
These bounty runes are gone.
Guys, try.
I glow like the devil. Yes. Oh, yes.
Bounty hunter is mid.
Yes.
He doesn't man like 65. I just ruined his shit, dude. He has a shrine now or something. You angry, bro? Yeah, you want my money? You're so angry, right? I need 225 mana for a Q and a W for this invoker.
Onward.
I don't think invoker has any more vision,
Verily.
or does he? I don't know. He doesn't have vision for sure. So I actually have enough for a combo. Hey,
To hell and back. Forward.
God damn.
Oh, hell yes.
Okay, we're gonna go top and see if we can get a kill real quick and then go back bottom.
That's guys. Your desolation and the world's are one.
We wait for shadow poison, maybe we can kill.
To hell and back.
CK is probably back here.
Onward.
Hi, Cooney. Okay, let's go back bottom. We can probably kill this No, don't let him see it. Me TP, dude. Oh my god. Ancient bracket, man. God, this fucking piece of shit bounty hunter. Hi, the Raj. Oh, you're late today, huh?
Verily. Why not?
Oh, I think I just saw bounty hunter. Yeah, he's mid. So if what's his face is still here, hey, maybe we can kill. There we go. That's how you do it.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower. Rally the troops and get over there.
Fight.
Woke up like 15 minutes ago. Damn, son. It's like 3 p.m. You woke up at 3 p.m. You left 200 obs ward gold? What does that mean?
Forward. Why not?
Enemy's middle tower is no more.
Oh hell.
Maybe we can kill Invoker really quick. I don't have detection though. Maybe not.
Yes.
Hey TA, maybe we can kill Invoker. He's like AFK or something. Go, go, go.
Tower's under attack.
Where's the fight?
It's so slow.
Are you even watching your top tower?
Prowling. I go like the devil.
Yeah, I shouldn't have farmed. I should have just gone for the bounty runes.
Yes.
I think these runes are probably gone. Yep.
Oh yes.
Maybe we can kill Underlord though. See, he has a full combo. Okay, I'm coming.
Oh hell yes.
No, he's quite tanky. Maybe next time.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kinda bad.
Go like the devil.
No, he's too tanky, man. I don't know if we can. You're hella low on HP.
To hell and back.
Yeah, we could try. I mean, their highest level is 8 versus 7 anyway, so that's normal. Hey, yeah, I gotta be real, man. Real with you, okay, man? Some of your suggestions are just so obvious to me, you know? Especially as like a older player. Does that make sense? When you say something like that, it sounds to me something like, you know, after you shit, wipe your ass. And I'm like, okay. Thank you, you know? It doesn't matter if I only have 1 finger damage last match. See, this guy's got 400 HP. Tome, ward, and magical damage, physical damage, magical half. We have very mixed damages. I was debating buying a bracer or something. Glimmer Cape's not very good this game. Hopefully this axe comes back or else I'm gonna lose another game. Oh, I should buy smoke too. Please, Axe, man, come on. I've lost too many games. Don't do. Hey, SS4. Canada. He's back. OC crash. Oh, well, I think maybe he didn't see me. Shit.
Yes.
What the fuck? Yeah, bounty hunter on me the whole time.
Once again, mark these words.
So, like, he just fucking went straight for the trees like that. 100% bounty hunter was on me. It's kind of good though, because if bounty hunter wasn't on me, he would have been on gyrocopter. Run. Never mind, he dies anyways. Okay, we kill CK real quick. I'm coming for the CK.
Back to hell and back.
The bottom tower is under attack.
Yes. It's not time yet. Onward.
54-4. Oh, there was an obs there.
Yes.
Glad you like the Ravage. Yeah, this is pretty good.
To hell and back.
The top tower needs some help. What, not your job or something?
Oh boy.
Oh, yes.
They're gonna go for me. Okay.
Forward.
I still need to use this finger, but like I did. Yeah, you see how like I haven't had any good opportunities to use finger, right? Like the right opportunity has to come. Sometimes you just don't have smoke. Sometimes even if you use finger right here, it'll do absolutely nothing and you just waste your cooldown. Maybe you try to use it here, same thing. It's not so easy. I can't use this courier.
Attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that.
Cross my barely. Coward.
Oh, I need the curry.
Yes. Oh, hell yes. Yes.
I want to smoke with this guy.
To hell and back.
Okay, there we go. See, you gotta make these opportunities sometimes. Sometimes they come to you, but sometimes these opportunities just appear.
I'll let them go now. Yes.
Oh, I don't have TP scroll.
Yes.
Hey, look at you.
Actually, to be honest there, the finger, even there, was kind of a waste. I know you think that, oh, you got an extra finger charge, but to be honest with you, that was a misplay. I wasn't really thinking, but I should not have used finger there.
Why not?
Like the plus, the finger damage is really unimportant. Hey Fizzy, I do that out of habit.
Double kill. They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
No, it's really not useful, Aditya. I know you want. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking like, oh yeah, if you could do like 2,000 damage in one go, but that's so unrealistic, man. Like, if I could get like 30 of these finger of death kill damages, that would be great, dude. But it's just not realistic.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, I'm playing Dota 1. A lot of my habits come from Dota 1 for sure. Please, BH, don't be here.
If your mid tower
Hey, Harris, yeah, a lot of people are calibrating way lower.
About the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
I think BH will come around here.
Your middle tower is under attack. You gonna do something about it, or just
They have a
sit there
shrine.
looking
It's a
funny?
little dangerous.
Your middle tower has been
Oh, they
denied.
see us.
Send them home with nothing.
Wars into me. Verily.
Yeah, everyone's just dropping like flies in the middle. It's okay, guys. If it's happening to everyone, that's cool. That's fine. I'm just gonna stand by the shrine.
Dire's
So far this game is feeling okay. Why did they glyph?
tower is under attack.
Huh. They don't even defend. Why you glyph if you don't even defend?
Tower's gone.
I think this is very... I think Jaro's in a very dangerous position. Hey, can we kill these guys?
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Okay. Man, I don't know, we like my last few games I keep getting these big leads and then we just throw the game all the fucking time. Wait, courier.
Enemy's middle tower is no more.
Yeah, I got a whole bunch of wards coming. We could probably rush him. Hey guys, I think you should be playing on the left side of the map, please.
Yes.
He blink dagger? He does. He does have blink dagger. Is he gonna give up? Come on, dude. Yeah, they don't have any vision around the pit at all. JK? Gyrocopter, what are you doing down there, man? Everyone's playing on the left side of the map. You got it, buddy. Dark minimap is an option that you can turn on in the Dota 2 settings.
Him and that ages. Glad I never messed up that bad.
BH, BH! BH, BH!
Not so fast. Yes.
I don't want to die.
More power. Yes. Onward.
Your top tower is under attack.
I don't know why the sounds aren't working, guys. Just deal with it for now. Okay, I can't really fix it right now. Maybe when I feed, remind me to fix the sound effects when I feed.
Your top tower
Ooh, free ward.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Is it really wise to go high ground now?
Your top tower is under attack.
I don't even have any detection.
You'll be fine. How does that top tower?
Anyway, let's ask ourselves: is it really wise to go high ground now? I mean, it might be. I'm not implying that it is or it isn't. Just a little concerned. They didn't have BKB, right? Hey, let's just.
Come help me, goons. Come.
Dominate. Dire structures are fortified.
I died for this tower, boys. IDC.
Bottom tower's gone. Nice, right? Your top tower is under attack. Top tower needs some help.
I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Not today, folks. Bum, 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 bum.
Oh, hell yes.
Can I use second PC to see what they're doing? Isn't there like a 5-minute delay on these kind of on Dota 2 TV? So you want me to use a second PC to see what they were doing 5 minutes ago?
Yes.
2-minute delay? Same shit. And that's dishonest. That's so dishonest, dude. I'd rather win as a result of my own abilities. You fucking dirty cheaters.
Onward. Here you die.
Nice kill, let's go.
To hell and back. Prowling. Dark light. Yes.
I have BH here if anyone cares.
Yes. To hell and back.
Dead boys.
Can anyone help this TA?
Killing spree.
How does he not have BKB by now? And he's going for more damage? High stun.
Go, help Axe! Why? What?
Well, I don't have abilities, so... Want me to go right click them?
Yes. Onward. Prowl.
Shut up, Axe. Axe is being, like, just entirely reasonable, and he's telling him to shut up? The fuck is wrong with this TA? See, I always get a good beginning, and somehow we always just start fighting and throwing the game. I don't understand. What's wrong with my teams?
Oh, hell yes. I go like the devil.
Oh man, I don't know what to do. It's my behavior score. Yeah, I don't know, but even when I had 10k behavior score, still the same shit. True story. When's Aegis timer, Lulu? Did I write it down? No, I didn't. Okay, I got him right here.
Yeah, get his ass. Nice.
Got him. Oh, and his ward, dude.
Forward.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
Oh, yes.
No way they find the ward here, right?
Over to your bottom tower. Oh, there better be something important going on.
No way they find this ward, right?
Yes.
I don't think they reacted quickly enough to see me put down that ward. They're probably just suspicious. Maybe they think they put the ward here.
The bottom tower is under attack. This is one of the things in the bad column.
Forward.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
Prowling.
Roshan's up. Play on the left side of the map.
Bounty, use us, pop us. He's right here.
I don't have anything. All my sentries are right here.
Okay.
Oh, hell yes.
Oh, I'm coming towards you, Joe. Hope you have BKB.
He's fine, bro. Bounty, there he is, Get him.
Kill this fucking animal. It's the dust. It's fucking dead, lads. Go.
I panicked, put down the wrong ward.
I go like the devil.
Come on, Joe.
Yes.
Ignore the bounty runes, please.
Dire structures are
Nice.
fortified.
Bring him back, lads.
What the fuck? How does this team react so slowly?
Help.
You have BKB? You don't have BKB?
Look at that.
I don't wanna die! Are we finally gonna win a fucking game?
Oh, we can turn. We can turn. Don't be too afraid.
We can't, sir. Go mid.
How about now?
Fucking pussies.
I'm okay with turning. You want to turn?
Oh, hell.
Oh, wait. We're gonna go hard. Catch this guy. Catch this guy.
Okay, go ahead. Got him!
Fuck him. Go, kill them all.
Finally, I finally win game? Does Blue Spray finally win game?
Fucking Lesh go. Go Lesh. What am I dying to,
I can catch BH. I catch Invoker. Boost man finally win game.
Okay. We cool.
Woo. Guys, I gotta be real. I've lost 6 games in a row, man. This feels so good to win the game. Yeah, that's so desperate. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, dude, I've lost my last 20 games, not gonna lie.
My items.
My item, dude. Look, help!
He's yours, isn't it? Oh. No, the Raj, we really needed this win,
Just hit
man.
building once.
Maybe I should have bought back and I don't know. Still only 2 of them. Only two. You have Dazzle and he has Greaves in 1 second. No, just hit buildings.
Missed every spell.
Just a sweet memory.
This is the last game of the day. Maybe I'll play one more.
Let's go get Roche, reset.
Yeah, that sounds good too.
Armed and dangerous.
Hey, welcome back.
Oh, hell yes.
One more game? Okay. We play one more.
Prowling.
Can I right click this fucker? Oh, I don't have any smokes on me. Me and TA were calling shots? TA was calling shots?
On it.
Regeneration.
Yo, please put this in your fucking inventory, dog.
No, I think you should keep that magic wand, bro.
Yeah, same. Pulling him back.
I think they gave up. See, I think they gave up so much that I'm just gonna right click these buildings like this. Woo! Finally, I win game! Finally win game! I'm so happy. When you lose again and again and again and again and you finally win, man, it feels better. Just like when you don't eat enough food and you finally eat some food, right guys? Right friends? Woo! Oh yeah! Oh, or if you haven't had sex in like 6 years.
Fuck him up, let's go.
Where is he?
He's right here.
Fuck.
You wanna buy a dust?
Nah. I'm too good to buy dust.
Dyer's doing that Chloe thing. Yeah.
Fucking Fallon.
I got him!
Stop my blink.
Oh, I almost died. Am I okay, Perdetta? I'm okay now. I wasn't okay last 5 games though. Press B for respect. Wait, what? When you poop after 3 weeks? Oh shit! I know who that was referencing. Somebody whose name starts with the. No, let's just not give it up. I know someone in the stream who, at one point, chose not to poop for 3 weeks. True story. Fine, I win game. Dude, I'm 8-2 and 22. Damn! What a sick line game. How's that possible? I asked myself the same thing. Yeah, no, three weeks without pooping. 2 more games for oh fuck, 2 games. I told you guys I'd play 1 more game, but it's 2 more games for calibration. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. I see Divine in my game.
What is it? Oh, yours.
Nah, I didn't say I was playing 2 games. I did not say that.
5 seconds left.
I am hard support again.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Thompson? Holy shit! Thompson's in my team! We win! Waka waka. Waka waka. Yeah, I have a really strong feeling I'm gonna be fucking ancient. Oh god. So yeah, I heard some theories. I heard some theories that for every loss that you got on your calibration, it's minus 50 MMR. Or minus 75. Hopefully not 75, because yeah. Is there really a bubble? Yeah. I got 2 bubbles right next to my dick.
Remember, the goal is to have fun.
It's minus 75, I think.
Yeah,
Fuck.
seconds. Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Ooh, oh boy, I don't know what to do now. Oh god. Gotta keep it try hard, guys. You're gonna be in the 3-digit MR if that's the case. Pro, bro. At least it's not 2-digit. That's not the real Thompson. How do you know? How do you know it's not Thompson? Did you ask him? You want to buy some lube for that ripped asshole? I already got some lube. I hope so, Matt Charang. I hope I win this game too, because we really need some fucking victories. Wait a minute. Their pushing power is really powerful. Yeah. And our team fight is basically non-existent. Ricky, very shit team fight. Pudge, very shit team fight, even if he lands a hook. Lion, okay team fight. But Nature's Prophet, pretty decent team fight. Great team fight. Pretty decent team fight. Pretty decent team fight. Okay, we have Ember Spirit, so hopefully he'll, you know, disrupt all that shit up. Hi, Lupus. It's not the Reem Thompson? I gotta make a phone call, I guess.
All hell's broken loose, and I hold the pieces. Yes.
Prepare for battle!
Lost in the woods, are ya?
'Tis in the bag. I go like the devil. It's in the bag. Yes. Verily. To hell and back. Oh, yes.
Seconds to battle!
Where's the fight? Prowling. Forward. Why not?
The battle's starting. Just remember, you got a job to do.
Oh, time for strong-arm tactics.
Fucking hell. Stupid fucking new phone not even working. You guys can hear me now. I know you can. Ah, God.
Oh, hell yes.
I don't think he has his abilities yet.
Yes. Yes.
This guy must hate me right about now.
Why not? Yes.
Here comes Dyer's funky little cover.
God damn.
Oops, it's dead.
Forward. To hell and back. I go like the devil. Hands off. Prowling.
Oh, Nature's Prophet's here. And he right clicks for a fuck ton.
Verily. Power pours into me. Oh, hell yes. Oh, yes.
What are you doing?
Oh, hell yes. Oh, yes.
Oh man, this lane equilibrium. I don't know.
Prowling.
That belongs to me.
Forward. Yes.
First blood!
Die at my hand. To hell and back.
Come on, come on, come on.
Verily. Yes.
motherfucker! You're fucking dead!
Tower's under attack. Maybe fortified with structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Hey!
What, not your job?
I have 900 gold. Should we buy Midas?
Yes. Why not? I go like the devil.
I think it might be too late to do anything about this Tide Hunter at this point. Yeah.
Yes. I go like the devil.
Okay, we're gonna get these boots. Dude, this guy's so screwed. He's screwed when he started TPing.
I sleep with the fishes. Where's the
Let me
fight?
get my ass back,
What?
and then you can die.
Yes. Yes.
Runes, runes, runes.
Prowling. Deceptive. Oh, hell yes.
Dude, I'm so rich. Let's kill mid, Ricky.
Where's the fight?
Hey, Ember Spirit, get ready.
Knock down your middle tower.
Okay, I did. It's not like I tried to get that last hit.
To hell and back.
Hey, there's a ward there for you.
Why not? Prowling.
Can you make Tango just in case I get trapped in a tree?
Yes.
And once Straw hits 6, I think.
Put it out of
To hell and back.
Okay, Ember's 6, so he's got a power spike.
I go like the devil.
Crowd's almost 6. I don't know. One of these two can die. Ooh, oh, maybe not DP.
Onward.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Let him push forward, Drow.
Forward.
Killing spree.
Oh, yes.
We got one less middle tower now, by the way.
What the fuck, man? Okay. Map awareness.
Yes.
Guy is putting up a barricade.
Yes.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Yes. I go like the devil.
Okay, we're gonna force Tide to push forward by pulling this lane.
Prowling. Why not?
Tide's gonna come here in a sec, I think.
I don't have enough for both ult and hooks, so
The top tower is under attack.
Oh shit. That was my fault.
Out there. Courier's just trying to
Shit,
make a
my fault.
living.
To hell and
That wasn't good. That's a big stack too.
Are you even watching your top tower?
And it's gone. That was a pretty big misplay. See, Ricky is level 4.
Called in the fortification. Your top tower is under attack.
No Ravage top. No Ravage. Anyone?
Your tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Who said that tower could fall?
Oh shit, wrong tree. I'm about to hit 6. Maybe I can finger somebody. 6.
To hell and back.
Rune of double
Oh, I don't think they saw me. Okay, Pudge.
Where's the fight?
Thanks, man. Dude, that was the 6th time, wasn't it? Thank you, thank you.
Death bounty.
I'll take that.
Forward.
I need a ward somewhere. Dude, these boots!
Verily.
Not working again. I need to get hit like last time, right guys?
Speedy rune of
Yeah, you gotta hit. You gotta get hit for this.
Why not?
Stupid bug.
Verily. I go like the devil. Oh, hell yes.
Hey, look at you.
Oh, his teammates can't help him. Ember's coming, so we can do this. Oh, there goes Ravage.
Sharks have my flesh.
You must trade harder.
Nice. Holy shit. You can get out, right? Here, I'll get out. TP out, TP out. Oh, Pudge. I'm gonna leave you, man. I didn't have much left.
Yes.
And my items on this career, right?
Double kill.
Whatever.
Hey, that was pretty good. That was still pretty good. Here, let me try to fix this sound effects real quick.
Why not?
Luna sees me.
I'm gonna go top since you TP bot.
Ah, I'm lagging.
Formations or something.
To hell.
Oh, okay. I see you, Pudge. I'm fucking lagging! Okay, there we go.
Killing spree.
Oh, hey, it all worked out. It's all working out.
Flames will spread thrice.
Forward. Verily.
I don't know how to put ward here without being seen during the day. I'm coming towards you, Pudge.
Oh,
fuck was that?
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Oh, dude. Nah, they're gonna TP and kill us.
Yes.
That was the most fucking robotic turn I've ever seen in my life.
Yes. Verily.
They're trying to knock down your little tower. You gotta do something about it. They're just sitting there looking funny. Yes. Nothing to do it till that stretches out fortified.
Yes.
Careful, bottom.
Onward. Yes.
What is this? What is Ember doing?
Prowling.
Maybe I should have told him to push top, but I thought that'd be obvious with them pushing bottom. Oh, come on, dude.
Why not?
Did he just ward up there?
Your
So it's a
bottom tower is under attack.
Wait, what?
Oh, there better be something important going on.
Forward. Let's go.
Ooh, your bottom tower is kind of bad.
Yes.
Your bottom tower has fallen. Stop it! That's not helping.
15-minute rune's almost up. I can probably solo this guy, huh?
You can kill her. Just get the silence off first thing. Or just try and go.
Like the devil.
Oh my god, I might need to be over there right now. Grab this rune real quick. Okay. Hey Ricky, we can kill Tide real quick. I finger.
Oh, hell yes.
Are you gonna do anything about that? Oh, he did. Okay. We're gonna replace this one since they haven't seemed to be able to find that one yet. Oh shit.
Yes.
Careful, Ricky.
To hell and back.
Hex doesn't remove magic resistance. Drow's in trouble, guys.
I don't have a TP, I'm running.
I'm running over too. Hey, fight top, fight top.
Killing spree! Dominating! Double kill!
Nice. Oh, I almost have blinked there, girl. Yeah, I'm really farmed. Look at my net worth.
Help you, Ricky. Don't just keep it.
Hey, sound effects work.
This is one of the things in the bad guys.
I don't think.
I don't think. No, let's just not. Uh oh, is it doing that thing again?
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Oh, fucking these boots, dude. Cancel this shit. Oh, I'll buy a TP right now. Oh shit, dude. Oh no. Care.
I'm just gonna force him to the hodge.
Okay. Yo, you got 2 ultimates. That's pretty good. That's worth it, honestly.
Yeah, I know. I was dead for sure, so I was just like, I'm just gonna force this guy to rabbit.
Hey Ricky, we can kill someone. I have blink too. Oh my god, please. Oh dude, that was my first death. Oh man. I'm kind of behind on buying wards. Dude, this guy went Midas. Okay, we need to put down these wards, so we are gonna do it like this, like this. We're gonna put down the ward somewhere. No, come to me. We can't kill. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you're so close. Runes are almost up.
Why not? Yes. Yes. Lovely. Proud.
They're looking to fight top.
If your mid tower could talk,
That's a fake, isn't it?
I'll take that.
Oh, hell yes.
Oh, Ricky's got Diffusal Blade. Oh, we have so much kill potential.
Never refuse good if hard work.
Nah.
To hell and back.
I gave you wards, Ricky.
Yes. To hell and back.
We're making a lot of stuff. Go.
Onward.
I think DP's right here. Pudge, Ricky. Yeah, no, it is a fact that she's right there. And Ricky has Diffusal now. Ricky wants Witch Doctor.
I think it might be Warden Raging.
Maybe.
She left before the camp was done.
Yeah, there's a good chance. Luna's here now.
Proud. Yes. Why not? There.
Oh, my blink! So far, not too bad. Yeah, it's good, it's good. See you later, Matt.
Yeah, let's order right here.
Have a good night, buddy.
They seen me when I was up there. They hit me with the Prophet Vision. Or Prophet Vision.
Forward.
fortresses are
I'm gonna go join my teammates. Ugh.
Tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
Saved by one.
Yes.
Oh shit!
Big tower. Just play it safe and just sit behind Drow while she hits
It's
it.
pinging for Tide Lion. What do you want me to do about this Tide, huh? Yeah, Drow's blaming me. I was pinging for Tide Lion. So what do you want me to do about it? Doesn't Tide have a blink dagger? He's gonna blink Ravage no matter what, right?
Push it, it's what is summary. Why not?
Hey Stannis, I have no idea when I'm gonna play Arc Warden. Would you like to make donation to see Arc Warden? Oh, maybe I should have TP'd.
To hell and back.
Your top tower is under attack.
His teammates might be coming.
Verily.
Yeah, I should have TP'd. Not quite long enough.
Why not?
I don't see any ward in the shrine.
Yes. I don't like the devil.
So why don't you just use Glimmer Cape?
Onward. Wow. Forward. Verily.
They tried to smoke me there. Too bad.
Yeah, but you guys got it.
Coming. Yes.
That was really close.
You gotta go up. Let you guys
Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't like the devil.
Dude, I was so close to dying there.
To hell and back. Yes.
This courier, where's the courier?
You can just blink on top of it. Rich.
Oh hell.
Okay, never mind. That's a bad idea.
Yeah, I don't know what that did.
Why not? To hell with you.
Top tower needs some help.
I'm dead.
Killing spree.
Push up top. Just leave him one.
So that was Ravage, and they might try to force Roshan with the
Don't scan.
DP's ultimate.
Just wait a little bit. You can scan.
Okay, Meyer, we have 2 games left. Maybe you want to place my ward? I would like... Okay, so they don't have their ultimates. Ah, jeez.
Hell and back.
Basically, I got it, and not.
No, it's much better if Luna gets it. Actually, they're all playing top, so we should play bottom. Want wards?
She has no BKB, and also this DP's a lone bot.
Yeah, I can come. I can come.
Okay.
No, he's not low.
Rule of invisibility. Where's the fight? Forward.
Maybe he just he shows herself. We can kill her.
Nice. Dude, that drow aura.
To hell and back.
I'm so glad I got the damage talent. Look at this.
Feel my claw. Oh, hell yes. Never refuse good given.
I'll take that.
I think we get back. We get back. Okay, can we get back?
The rule of regeneration.
Just in case though. Although actually I think we could have killed her again. Fuck.
Maybe in hindsight, yeah. In hindsight, you know, but you never really know.
No, I don't think that. I think that stops EP already.
English only, please.
Reduces
Thanks.
the damage of it.
Hold on, career. Sounds like radiance, dude.
Forward. Verily.
Care here, guys. Me and Drow are really far from you guys.
Yes. Yes. I go like the
Yeah, you tell him, Devraj. Tell him in your language.
after them.
Yo, man, I'm getting fucking Dragonlance.
Prowling.
I think they're trying to slow.
Oh, hell yes.
Will we lock it?
Why not?
No, the ward there is not good. Here's BKB.
Bro.
They're all coming. My Dragonlance.
Just get out.
What is Shroud doing? Hey. Does he really think he can do it?
Fuck you.
You're slight, dude. Oh shit. Hey, Ember, maybe you have Remnant? Oh, you have Boots Travel. I mean, Phase Boots. That was a surprisingly good fight. It's just Ty. Ty doesn't have Ravage, right? I don't think you guys should be too scared. There's food.
Let me get my arrows back, and then you can die.
Well, I'm alive, dude. I'm alive. Proud about that.
Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust. The top tower is under attack.
Here's BKB.
Fire structures are fortified.
Oh shit! What a bunch of throws. Hey Ricky, I'm here with you. Okay, bud.
Hello, top tower.
Drow, maybe.
Where's the fight? I've got a power grip.
Don't worry, the support's got this.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
We might be able to kill DP.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Yes.
Yeah, I need that aura pretty bad.
Hell's fury burns. Yes. Yum. Oh hell yes.
He's gonna find Sentry, but he's not gonna find that one.
Battle rages.
Tide TP top tier 2.
Yes. Yes.
They have a shrine though. It's a little dangerous. They have a shrine. They have a shrine. Oh, Ricky.
Double damage in
They have Sentry there too. Careful, Ember. Hey, they're gonna run at you guys from mid. Roshan's still not up. What the fuck? Who put this ward here? I mean, we already have this one. Could be Ricky.
I'll put the squeeze on you. To hell and back. Prowling. Spike! That devil
He's
just
probably getting a scythe soon.
feel my claw. Why not? Mine. To hell and back. Forward. Yes.
Whoa, whoa, there's like a bunch of fighting going on.
Sharp. Oh, hell yes.
The bottom tower is under attack.
Someone here just now? Or is that Ember? Maybe he's Radiance.
I'm gonna push up.
Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
Why not?
Radiant structures are fortified.
They just use Glyph.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, got him. We can take something pretty big. I think Roshan, like we have a lot of time, 88 seconds. Like we can do Roshan. And then take another objective after that.
Yes.
No? Roshan?
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
Roshan after she buys back.
More sanctuary here.
I think it's possible to get both. Drow wants to do Roshan. Come on, can we do Roshan, please?
Mine at last.
Yeah, like if we just did it earlier, we could have done it. Wait on courier. Yeah, go top. Wait on courier.
Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. You've done good. The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Come on, stay together, don't die. Oh shit. Drow? Drow's coward, dude.
He thought he was a lion.
Dominate.
I mean, eventually he did make it here, so that's okay. We win. Oh, I win another game.
Oh, good. Let them do all the work.
Drow leaves and Ember goes back in.
I'm sure they have a team that can defend Megas. It's not over yet, I guess, but...
Sounds about right. Why go for Tide? What the? Ricky, you're kind of by yourself. Next game, please. We'll see.
I'll take that.
Nope.
Is that DD? Bro?
Comforting wound of regeneration. mission.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Too stupid to live, too beautiful to die. Dire's structures are fortified.
In all things.
Hey, Drow's DD. Like she still. Can we help Drow?
Enemy's middle tower has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified.
She still has her ultimate. Thanks. You're okay, I got you. I'm watching you. Hey, we win! Ah, yes, finally. Another win. Oh, it's 2 in a row. Good job, guys.
Retribution.
GG, that was great. What's our record so far? Oh yeah, I tried to win Ranger support. Oh man, that was so bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 calibration losses with 3 ranked wins. So I'm 6-3. So I might be like minus 225 or something like that. If it's minus 75 per game. Hey Rafaldi, my friends list is full. Can you guys give me like 3 to 5 minutes? I'll be right back, okay? Back a few minutes. I gotta make a phone call. You guys can watch no one play PA, okay? Yeah, my contact score went down for sure.
Dire's middle tower.
Be back in a few minutes, okay?
Dire's middle tower's in trouble. Dire's middle tower's taking a dirt nap. Dire are scanning, trying to find those sneaky bums. Killing spree!
That's more like it.
Carnage! Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Dire's putting up a barricade. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Allies disappear.
Radiant's bottom tower's still there. Dire's middle tower is falling. That should help. Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Radiant are scanning. How does that even work?
PLS disregard.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Goodbye, Roshan. See you soon.
Grace unseen.
What? Killing spree! Killing spree!
Not so fast.
Dominate! Double kill!
What did you hope to gain from that?
Alright, I'm back. See you later, Ligan. Sleepy Nicholas? You on a night shift or something? Okay, we're gonna queue right now. Hi, the Raj.
That should help.
Oh man, so many games today, huh? Way too late. What were you doing up so late, Nicholas? Static Storm is really big now, huh? Watching movies? Must have been some damn good addicting movies. What is that picture? It is a aquarium, actually, David. Watching movies with a kid. Aw. Hi, Snail Poop. Oh, you're late today, aren't you, Snail Poop? We could have ended the stream by now. And in fact, I was going to end the stream last game, but this is the last game for calibration. So, yeah. So anyways, the record is 3-6 so far. So at best, we can do 4-6. At worst, we can do 3-7 for the calibration games. Give me a crit. How to get motivation to return playing? Well, you have to have fun playing the game, right? Oh man, Ancient 6, Ancient 2. Making me nervous. Had to feed my brother. Snail Poo, feed me! Ah! Dark Crystal on Netflix. Is that good? Oddly Enchanting. Oddly Enchanting good? Oh, my last game for calibration. I'm so nervous. Divines! Divines in my game! I hope there's 3 Divines on Dire! 1 Divine on our side? Maybe I'll actually calibrate Divine! Where's Night Stalker? Someone already banned him. Good. Good. I'm gonna go Vengeful Spirit, or I'm gonna go Lion, guys. Ancient one. Fuck no. Fuck no. Yeah, I'm gonna go Lion. I mean, we're on a roll with Lion. Let's just keep it rolling. It's like weird puppet thingy, weird to explain, but it's really good. Okay. I'm gonna look into this Dark Crystal because sometimes I just, you just browse through Netflix. You're like, popular on Netflix, trending on Netflix now. Is that mean like the same thing? Recently added, and I'm like, I don't know, man. That seems okay. Yeah, sometimes you just don't know what's good. You told me that I'll be Divine for sure, Lila. Well, let's see. I think somebody told me that they would donate $800 US to me if I hit Divine 0 or higher. I'm actually so broke after going around the globe. So, yeah. Lucifer isn't all too bad either. Has anyone else seen Lucifer? Because I thought about it. I mean, it seems kind of cool.
The goal is to have fun. Your pick now. Here, Meepo. What? Huh?
You can't even begin to explain how much you've watched Netflix. Why don't you just say like 10,000 hours or some shit, man? You're in love with the series? No BS, her voice is just too perfect. Marry me, gentle voice. And you're talking about Dark Crystal, right? I do like a girl with a good voice. In fact, honestly, a girl with a good voice is a turn on. Yeah. I think voice quality is really good, really important for a partner. I mean, imagine dating a girl who talks like this. Hey, baby. Whoa, my boner just disappeared. Wait, what? Just disappeared. Binge watching Lucifer? You've watched Friends 4 times? I think that's a lot of like English language learners. They watch Friends, right? Watch it with subtitles. I think it's a good way to learn English. And it's funny. Although it's old. I was so scared that I would only win 2 games and lose 8 games, but you know, even if I end up as 3-7, that's not too terrible. And if I could just and my calibration of 4-6, that's okay. That's very, very average, you know? Yeah, Rima, we're finishing calibration today. Can you give mid 1 tango, please? Abaddon. This team seems kind of a little PMA right now. So right now they seem a little PMA. Fuse on clicks. The Office is also another good one. Oh yeah, dude, I love The Office. I haven't finished The Office yet. Have I ever seen Between Two Ferns with that Zach guy? I've seen a little bit of it. I'm nervous for my last game. Okay, we want magic stick, we want this item, we want this item, or these. US Office. Yo man, how many times have we played Lion Gyro today already? Yeah, these guys have a plan. I like my team. I like this. I like this a lot!
It's in the bag. Yes.
So we should be up against Axe and Oracle? Yeah, Axe Oracle. Oracle kind of cancels out Gyro's Q though. Tops in style. Oh, Oracle's top. It's good. So it should be Jakiro Axe down here then. Hey Gyro, maybe we can actually contest. You go.
First blood!
Woo!
One secret got his silence.
Huh. Oh man, I was just about to stun. I got ruined though. Oh dude, I should have bought Tango instead of these. I'm actually gonna sit here and just wait for Tango money. Yeah, we're just gonna sit here and wait. Dude, Breaking Bad is so good. I've seen Breaking Bad like 3 times. Almost the 4th time.
To hell and back. Oh hell yes. Verily.
Jakiro's right click is so short.
I'll put the squeeze on you.
Not really. That wasn't worth the extra Tango. He has 2 salves.
Yes.
I don't know what you want me to say.
No. turret though. Oh, cool.
Baden, did you want to go bottom? He has hunger. Yeah, I'm okay with. Okay, Baden, stop again.
Just have to recovery in 5 minutes.
Tower is under attack. You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Hey, charge is farm, I think. His career. Oh, God. There we go. So I could go back bottom, but I'm not really sure.
Where's the fight?
Ah, fucking Oracle, man.
It's gonna be very hard to get killed.
Nah, we got him.
Yep.
Yes.
Game is pretty even so far. Axe is back in lane.
I'm gonna go die in the woods real quick. I
Say that before you walk
Yep.
away.
Oh, hell yes.
I don't think I could have saved you really.
Axe is coming with DD here.
Really hard to get close to you.
Not good, dude.
Hey, welcome back.
It's okay, man. Sometimes you win lane, sometimes you lose lane. Hey, there's a Jakiro behind you, Clinks. Clinks. Oh my god. Hey, Abaddon, like, dude, there's Deuce there. Oh, okay, that's good. I'm coming behind this Jakiro. We can kill this Jakiro easy. Oracle tried the TP but canceled his TP.
Radiant called in the fortification.
I'm walking towards X. Yeah, I'm almost there.
Tower is under attack. Rally the troops and get over there. Your bottom tower is under attack.
I feel like I should get one mid-range item. To get from.
He's almost 6, I think. Once he hits 6, maybe we can kill.
Yes. Yes.
Hey, Clinks, I'm invisible mid. It's kind of difficult. Maybe if he pushes lane, it might be easy.
Oh my god, dude, that fucking wand.
Good job. Oh shit. I'm hella low. Reading. Yeah, I'll come love you in a second, bud. Yo, man, I actually cannot help you right now.
Yes. Yes.
What are you stressed out about, Rima? Come it. I think you're gonna be okay, bud. Oh shit. He's Vanguard.
Why not?
You're gonna be okay.
Oh,
Just
that sucks.
Dusa died if it makes you feel any better.
There's no rupture.
Double kill.
Meet me over here. Over here. Nice.
So, do you really want me to go straight axe?
Yo, man, I need to put down some wards for Gyro before he fucking tilts and feeds his ass off.
Yes.
Does Bloodseeker have his ultimate?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's probably up now.
About now.
Doing you tell me.
Oh hell yes.
You're fine. I mean,
Sorry, I don't have smoke on me.
I don't even think it. Not that fast. No one's missing health.
Such strength is mine.
Did he war? What did he do?
Verily. To hell and back.
Where's Dusa, dude? What the fuck's that cure doing?
Oh yes.
Hey Rima, how can I buy Tome when it doesn't exist yet? Hey, runes? I'll grab the top one. The one closest to the shrine.
Bottom.
Yeah, is this good? I don't have any more interrupts if he TPs.
The bottom tower is under attack.
Why not?
Nice.
Dead bottom.
Oh hell yes.
Oh shit. I'm on CDTP.
I don't think it'll take time. Pull you right.
Whoa.
No matter what. You guys might be able to kill him.
Yes.
The gyro has a rocket.
I can
maybe.
TP to the shrine. I can stop this guy from TP. I can just come in and feed real quick.
No. Never got the kill.
Don't miss.
How can I? Yes. Why not?
25 kills in 11 minutes. Pretty exciting given Dota 2.
Yes.
I guess Terrorblade would shit on Medusa all day. Most be perfect counter.
Verily.
Terrorblade would shit on Medusa. Most be perfect counter. Sorry, man. Yeah.
Forward.
Nothing is coming.
Maybe not with the Oracle, but
Oh, we don't. Oh. Who can take these stacks? So there's a very large ancient stack. Yeah, I don't know how we can take it for a while.
Axe has blink already, by the way.
Oh, does he?
Oh, hell yes.
Yo. She has a fucking shrine that she's not using. What the hell? She has a shrine up.
Oracle's here.
Yeah, I have a finger. We don't have any cores with us though, Abaddon.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Remember that he has blink. Okay, good. He uses it on me.
Alright. I think we back it up a bit. He might want to blink again. Yeah, we don't really have fighting capabilities right now.
Why not?
I'm shoving top. Induce is coming up top.
I glow like the devil.
Hey, use the shrine. Can we kill Dusa, Jero?
Yeah, I have ult if you guys want to go.
Yeah, I'm smoked. Jaro's not smoked. Yeah, no, let's not dive too far. I think his teammates will start TPing now. Axe TP top. Axe is here. Axe is here. I have a finger for this guy, but we need. Yeah, Jaro's coming. Yeah, we can do this. Nice. Oh man, I'm so. My concentration's so good right now. Thanks, Lulu.
Seconds till nighttime, and then we should take some towers.
Yes.
Yeah, 15-minute runes.
Oh, hell yes.
I think there's some people behind Dusa. I should not even bother with that.
Never run finger through my hair.
Oh, what the? How many runes did we get?
What's good fast right now?
2? I mean, that's not terrible.
Can we take the tower somewhere?
I've been to hell and back to
Guys,
hell.
putting up a barricade. Your top tower needs some help.
See, a lot of you guys would get tempted just to use your TP right away, especially to something like this, right? But I really don't recommend you guys do that.
Good move if you ask me.
Sometimes you just need to save your core if they get ganked, right? Medusa TP middle. There's a lot middle care.
I think we're fine. Axe is the only one we gotta really be afraid of.
Take your top tower.
Yeah. Hey, Abaddon, can you come? Oh shit. Care mid. Care. It's okay, it's okay. Just.
Oh, they don't.
Why not?
They might be scared. Like, get ready to back off. Oh shit.
Oh god. That was not good.
That from mana obesity. I am not sure what that means, but alright.
Got the deny off though.
Armed enemies.
Night Stalker, can we smoke top? Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to put wards down either way. There's gonna be a Jakiro here in a second. I guess this area is warded. Yeah, maybe we just get the Jakiro. Bloodseeker's over here, but we can get the Jakiro. Yeah.
Oh, hell yes. I've got a power ready. One piece of missiles, your face. Oh, yes. Forward. Yes. Money changes hands. Oh, hell yes. Yes.
Okay.
Verily. To hell with you. Forward.
I have bags when I can get the courier.
Killing spree!
I'm ruptured.
Why not?
Arcane top.
Ags on the courier.
Tribute to my
I
house.
think I'm gonna pick up a Vlad. We could use the health.
I can get the Vlads. You should get something more useful.
Lotus.
Lotus, BKB, Flank Daggers are really good on Night Stalker.
I agree. Yo, I really like the 90 damage talent over the range talent. So easy, so much easier to last hit.
I'm not with you guys.
Oh shit. I got it anyways.
Your middle tower's under attack. Dominate! Own it! Double kill!
I don't think I can TP anyways, right? Yeah, I can't.
Oh, hell.
Mega kill!
Not that they needed me.
Why not? Onward. After them.
Hey Gyro, did you take the ancient stack yet? It's pretty big.
Yes.
Okay.
To hell and back.
I'm running towards you guys. I have a blink dagger now. God.
Double kill.
You can TP? Never mind, you're dead.
There's your hero. He's gonna do as much damage as I can, but I'm dead.
Okay. I don't know if we want to dive this. Hey, I don't know if we want to dive mid. Okay. I'm not sure about that. Yeah, let's not.
You're gonna have to get that gyro.
Yeah, they see you.
The top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Hey, look at you, knocking down that bottom tower.
I'm coming. Oh, slow TP, dude. Okay, I canceled TP top. Wow, items, dude.
Where's the fight?
I've been down here for so long.
1 minute till night.
Oh man, I need to put down swords. Here, I'll head towards you guys.
Why not? Prowling.
Yeah, I'm coming top. So you shove him.
Let's just fight top links.
Dire structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified.
Axe is there, no, axe is there. Okay.
10 seconds till night.
What, man? I don't know. He don't listen to me. Axes, blink call. Yeah, bad, then you're gonna get blink called. Never mind.
It wouldn't matter anyway, I have ult still.
They're gonna shrine. Yo, you guys don't have. Oh man.
I'm trying to heal him, but I put off.
I'm coming over. Jesus Christ. I'm here, guys. I'm here.
Just push. Go high ground.
Yeah. Go push. Dude, I have so many wards. Just keep buying wards before I die. Why did I? Who put that ward there? What the fuck?
Yes.
I might be able to jump this Bloodseeker. Clinks come top, okay? Ooh, I think this is when we back, guys. Oh, Bloodseeker's middle. Yeah, he'll be in a second though. He's gonna run here real fast, I'm sure. Bloodseeker's coming. Jaro's leaving, so Kara. Oh boy.
Where's the fight?
kill! I'm gonna die! And that's how I get so many sentries. Oh shit!
You better pop on over to your bottom tower.
Nice Stalker has his ultimate. Dude, this gyro's coming back, huh? Oh no.
Probably should run towards.
He's gonna get called in a second. Oh, never mind. When did Gyro make such a big comeback? Was it because of my huge, so big stack?
They got their shrine.
Some 9 fucking sentries. Crap, mine's got 9 sentries. Yes, yes I do.
Oh, hell yes.
Oh god. He doesn't know that's there yet. Oh, damn it.
Buy that evasion item, man. Better than
Hey, I'm coming towards you, Clinks. I'm coming, I'm coming. Ready? Got the kill.
By my horns, you'll not live to see the dawn.
Wanna buy and why buy Sentry? What do you want me to buy? Yules? I haven't even decided what I'm gonna buy. Actually, Yules makes a lot of sense. I mean, I don't have enough money for either way, you know?
Playing setting.
Lion, take that invis rune.
Yes, ma'am.
Need you hitting Roche. Need you invisible.
Bro, I do tons of damage. Is everyone just gonna walk by that ward?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we get the shrines. Yeah, maybe tier 2, then shrines.
Might be KB on the courier.
They have sentry mid. Right in front of their tier 3.
Tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
Righteous reward. Yes.
I wonder if the sentries are gone.
Oh, hell yes.
I'm so fucking scared, dude. Fuck this, I'm out.
I'm gonna go AC.
I feel like we can just anytime now.
Yes. Prowling. Oh, yes.
Hey, me and Clicks are not there yet, so just care top, okay?
I don't think they can kill Gyro anymore.
They can if they take you guys 5 at the same time without 2 of us there.
Sure. Feel like he's pretty hard
Hey,
to
hey,
kill.
no, you guys should not be pushing right now.
For this game.
I'm coming now, I'm coming. Dude, my team almost threw, dude. I have to say that. I mean, why even be here? You know, like, trying to get a reaction or what?
After burnish. Oh, hell yes.
Okay.
Why not?
I think top.
Alright, let's push.
Battle rages.
I have a Yules for Axe now.
I go like the devil.
What the fuck? Is Sentry here?
Let Gyro front line.
Oh, Axe's BKB. My Yules is not reliable. If he BKB.
Pharaoh's fine.
Yeah, don't go too deep. Don't go too deep. Don't clump. Don't clump. Yeah, just wait the ult out. Just wait the ult out. Yeah, you ready?
Spread out a little bit.
Yo, I'm gonna win this game. Oh. It'll be 4-6, not 2. It'll be 4-6, not 3-7. What a bracket. Oh man! Oh dude, we were gonna fucking win! Dude, my last season's calibration was fucking terrible as well. Like I started out like losing 4 games in a row or something like that, but then it was alright in the end. Whew, I was so nervous this game.
Enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I'll lose 150 MR, so still divide. I hope so, because somebody told me that they would give me $800 US. Come on, please, divine, please, please give me divine. Yes, yes, oh yes, divine 2. Boom, baby. Ooh, wrong one, wrong one. There we go. Here we go. I was so scared to be fucking ancient, dude. Woo. Done. Non-ancient scrub. Thank you, Snowpoop. Holy shit.
Do you want to start a new fake advertising campaign? I was thinking, armlet best item. Every hero,
holy
every
fuck,
game.
I just got
Or
1,000.
buy Silver Edge for Dewey Z Kill Alpha. Which do you prefer?
Armlet on every hero. Silver Edge Kill Alchemist. Well, you know what? First of all, thank you so much for such a gigantic donation. I think that is actually the biggest donation the stream has ever received. Thank you so much. Can we get a thank you, anonymous person? Can we get thank you, guys? Yeah. Oh, damn, that's so much money. Yeah. Oh god. Oh man, that is so much. Thank you so much, man. I guess I don't have to worry about bills for a little bit. Okay. Hold on, let me calm down. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you take it easy for a little while. Ooh, thank you everyone for thanking. Armlet on every hero, huh? I mean, we could definitely do that in like unranked for sure. Like I'll have to pick like a bunch of strength heroes, maybe even on certain agility heroes. So many dude wipes. I mean, we could definitely also buy Silver Edge to counter the Alchemist, because that's a legit counter for Alchemist. That'll probably be the easiest since it's so rare, right? I mean, actually, I think Alchemist basically just died in the last patch. Let's have a look. Alchemist, where are you? Divine hero Alchemist. Alchemist is like, what's his pick rate now? 11.9%. Yeah, like he used to be like, it was up here. Something like 38%. So he used to be in like 40% of every game. Now he's picked 1 out of every 27 games or something like that. Okay, tell you what. Why don't we just do the Armlet? We'll play a shit ton of unranked games, and I'll buy Armlet on every single hero. It sounds fine to me. I basically just got like something like 2 months worth of donations in just one go. So I mean, it's pretty good. All right, that was the last game of today. So let me just read comments. No more games, guys. So if you guys are expecting more Dota 2 games, I'm sorry, we're done for today. I have things that I gotta do today. But I hope you guys had fun. But we'll be talking to you guys for the next little bit. Divine 2-5. Oh, we didn't actually check the MMR yet. Right, let's have a look. God damn, I'm so late. So I actually calibrated at 5.2k. So we were 4 and 6, right? So I believe I was almost exactly 5.5k support MMR, and in my calibration I lost 6 and I won 4, which nets me -2. So it's almost as if I lost like 125 MMR per game. That is so fucking heavy, dude. I don't even know what to say. And it's not a big deal. I can hit Immortal again. It's not a big deal, but I was really hoping it'd be like plus or minus 50 or plus or minus 75 per game, but it was a lot closer to like plus or minus 125 if my calculations are anywhere accurate. Wah wah. Yeah, no, I'm a bit of a giggler. I also scream a lot, as you guys know. Thanks, Andrej. Tax at 33%. CRA wants to know your location for $300. My location is... That was sick, wasn't it? Romy Lians. Hey, your first comment. You're hella late, bro. Blue has a pretty smelly butt, so thanks a lot, Anon. Hey. Did you smell my butt at some point, Snail Poop? How did you know? It might smell like roses. Hey, here, let's play sound effect for you, David. Hey, David, don't you have like 20 hours of watch time yet? I think you're getting really close, right? I know you watched a whole bunch in Europe. But if you have 20 hours of watch time, you can use sound effects. Glad you liked the games today, Devraj? Yeah, no, dude, the beginning was like it was a fucking slaughter fest and I was getting so stressed out. Yeah, we were just... Yeah, actually, let's just look at the games today. So... Oof. So in the beginning today, we started out with a bunch of Vengeful Spirit spam. Yeah, we lost 5 games in a row. Yeah. And my morale was just fucking tanking, man. But I don't know, I just kept playing on like a soldier. And yeah, last 3 games we managed to pull like a 3-win 3 streak. Yeah, calibration not too terrible. Not good, but not terrible. Revenge is bar for you? What does bar mean? That explains why people got such low metal. Yeah, I think that makes sense too. Yeah, I think most people went down in MMR. I'm okay with that. I guess MMR was getting a little inflated. Well, you didn't get your dude wipes yet. Oh yeah, right. I need to order that for sure. I only just got back to Canada, bro. But I got a little bit of money now, so we're gonna go ahead and do an experiment with those dude wipes, and you're gonna be the first person that I'll let you know about the results. Venge is bad for me. Yeah, so far for calibration, yeah, I have not been too successful with Vengeful Spirit, but I will say overall, statistically, I am a top Vengefuls player, and I win more games with Vengeful than any other sport. Yeah, as Snowpoop is saying. Thank you, Nicholas. The Venge had to hurt and make you angry. That explains Litter wins. His power level is over 9,000! I think deflation is a good thing. Immortal should really mean something. Yeah, to be honest with you, I do think that there is a certain, hey, I just hit 4K MMR. I'm good. I actually did that with Immortal. Like, I hit Immortal and I mean, the next goal is to hit 6K because Immortal was like 5. Yeah, I hit 5.8K and I'm like, eh. I actually just stopped giving a shit, and I guess you could say my games went lower in quality in terms of skill. But I mean, I was just trying to have fun playing my games, but not be too try hard. I don't know. It's kind of like a love-hate relationship, double-edged blade kind of thing. Because like, I have fun when I win, and I don't have fun when I lose. But I don't have fun when I try too hard. But when I don't try too hard, I lose games. You see that fucking yeah, what am I saying? Wrong sound effects. Like it's kind of like a catch-22. That's the right term, right? Dilemma? It's not. I mean, it's not really a dilemma because it kind of balances out, right? Like I try hard, but I don't have fun. But then I win, so then I have fun because I win. So I mean, they could either both be good options or both be bad options, depending on how you look at it. A true dilemma is something where you have, in either routes or options, it is bad. As an example, would you rather have diabetes or would you rather have anal cancer? That is a dilemma, you know. You're just like, shit. Or my mom and my sister are both drowning. Sorry. My wife and my mom are both drowning, but I can only save one. Who do I save? That is a dilemma. Just in case anyone cared on how to use proper English. Anyways, where are we? Other than it's good fun, dude wipes his life changer. Oh, so you've actually used this before. Well, I have a bidet. So, I mean, do you really need to use a bidet and a dude wipe? I guess dude wipes makes a lot of sense when you're out in public, right? You can just, you know, right? But at home, if you have a bidet already, does it still make sense? You are far from immortal. Am I? I mean, I'm just about 5.3k, right? So, I mean, I need to get like what? 500 MMR? Is 500 MMR really that much? Dilemma. No. Are you talking about dude? So, Snail Poop here is talking about a fancy toilet paper that is scented, high quality, and you wipe your ass with it. So, after you wipe, it smells good. Oh, what did I say? Rami Lance, thanks for subscribing. It's Paradox. Blue want to chill while not trying hard, but he can't chill if he isn't trying hard. Yeah, that's the thing. Fuck mom, I'm sorry. Hold on now. Somebody tell Snail Poop's mom that if him and his wife, if his mom and his wife were both drowning, that he would go for his wife. Somebody tell his mom right now. I mean, we never adopted it. Yeah. Well, India's still like a developing country, so I mean, how you guys gonna, you know, get? Are we talking about bidet or are we talking about dude wipes? You guys should start using bidets. I have one mom, but I can have multiple wives. So it's a mom? Aw, that's kind of cute, man. You've been visited by the whore of attention? Oh shit. Oh no. Fucking bidet, bro. Nothing gonna spray my private parts, homie, no way. Snail poop. I mean, I remember that you actually, you gave money for dude wipes because we started a bidet conversation. And I believe that you don't actually use a bidet, right? But have you ever used a bidet? Because if you haven't, I can give you some advice on how to use it. Where are we? You ranked before Immortal Blue? Yes, I was. Easy pickoffs and high calibration will be in your future, but only if you say you were noticed. Well, that's some desperate call for attention, huh? Somebody better fucking not tell her shit. You can't choose your mom, but you can choose your wife. Oh! That is a very, very good point. Although, I don't know. divorces do happen pretty often, especially in this day and age. And we're not going to talk about any specific moms here, okay? But generally, moms will love their children almost unconditionally. So there's that. I mean, even Cersei. Actually, Cersei was kind of a cunt towards Tommen. Yeah. I mean, she seemed sweet at first, but then she's kind of... She just didn't seem like she gave a shit about Tommen. Game of Thrones reference, if anyone got that. But Cersei, you know, mostly loved her children, even though she was a total cunt. You have used a bidet, and I have, and is a big fat no. Why? What don't you like about it? Hey Cyrus, we're unfortunately done for today. I've already played. How many games did I play today? I think I lost like 4 games and then I won 3. So we played 7 games today, and it's enough for me for today. Drop us some giveaways. Sorry, man. In fact, we are going to be doing a giveaway soon. I have a Shadow Fiend Arcana. Stay tuned. And one of these days, maybe a weekend or something like that. Not this weekend. For everyone watching at that point in time, I'll probably do something like everyone guess a number between 1 and 10,000. Yes, and I'll spam your numbers. And then, you know, we'll have the bot pick a random number, and then 2 people vote the same number, then they can vote again. If you know what I mean, and then whoever wins will get a Shadow Fiend Arcana. Thanks to your buddy James Barwick, who donated that Shadow Fiend Arcana. Okay, I surrender. Mom's definitely not just horny, man. It's been a while. Snail poop. I offer some. How do I call this? Matchmaking services. Actually, I do. Actually, getting paid money to do that. I can definitely help you in that department, my man. I've got some success with getting people laid. So let me know if you're interested. Tom was a little bitch. Was he? Tinky Winky, thanks for subscribing. He was a little bitch. He was so young though. You can't really blame a child, right? He didn't know shit. I mean, his wife was fucking hot as shit. Right? She was banging him, and I thought he was a sweet little boy. And I think he just wanted to do what was good for his wife, although he ended up getting manipulated. But okay, actually, we're not going to talk too much about this, you know, because actually, we should be able to talk about this by now, because like, if you guys haven't seen Game of Thrones by now, you're not going to fucking watch it anyways. Am I right, guys? Yeah, I think Tommen was just a child, so I don't really blame children for what they don't know. I mostly do not blame people for things that they don't know. People don't know what they don't know, especially the younger people. If you're like 30 years old and there's some things that you don't know already, holy shit, you start blaming that guy. They're probably just selling your shit. She loved her children. She did. And I do think that she loved her... No, actually, philosophically, I think that Cersei loves herself the most. Now, I would say that most mothers would probably give their life for their children. I don't think that Cersei would do that for Tommen, because like after that thing happened to Tommen, she like some of the things that she said just made her sound like a total cunt. Like, wow, you didn't really care about Tommen that much, did you? Where are we? I really like seeing you play Lion Blue. Hey, well, Trap Noise, I play him all the time. Glad you like it. Yeah, he's one of my best heroes for sure. I'm actually thinking about making a guide for Lion, like maybe like a 10-minute video with like not too much bullshit, just tons of information, useful like diagrams, like charts and pictures and that kind of thing, like really analytical, really highly educated. I'm thinking about doing that since the viewer count for my channel these days is kind of low. So stay tuned. Check Arcana. Oh, making demands now, are we? Wouldn't it be a shame if you were to randomly acquire more Arcanas? No! Anything but that! I mean, I already have almost every Arcana. I never really wanted any. Well, I mean, I did want some of the Arcanas because some of them were really cool, but the ones that I don't have, I pretty much didn't want anyways. But I mean, if you were to suddenly somehow give me some Arcanas, I mean, I'm not gonna be like, no, definitely, do not fucking give me Arcanas. Oh hey, glad you like my videos. Stay based. I don't know what that means. Hey Steven, if you wanted attention, you know what a better way to get attention is? You can just act like a normal person, man. You could just be like, hey, how's it going? Like your stream, Blue Span. How often do you stream? Just ask normal questions, man. How old are you, Blue Span? Where are you from? Just ask normal questions, man. Nah, bro, he fucking stupid. Oh, you're talking about Tommen. Tommen is actually fatter in the book. This fucking guy knows so much about the book now. Fuck me, I thought you were about to ask me out. Would I like to the laid? Yes, please. Well, let me know. I do offer some services. And yeah. Took you 8 years to watch it. I had to watch it with Lulu Chan for her to watch it. Jesus Christ. And I actually watched it from the beginning all the way to the end, you know, like the 8 fucking seasons. It was good. Yeah, I like watching Game of Thrones, but yeah, I don't think I'm gonna watch Game of Thrones again for a while, especially after what happened in fucking season 8. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, this guy's not hopping on the bandwagon of hating season 8, guys. What do we do with him? So if you lose 250 MMR because you win 4 out of 10 games, if you win 10 out of 10. Hey Randy, oh yeah, you actually asked this question like 3 times, and I'm sorry that somehow I just skipped them every single time. I have no idea, man. I mean, your math's a little off, I think, isn't it? I mean, if I lost 250 MMR because I was -2 games, that would be 125 per game. So if you won 10, then wouldn't you get 1,250 MMR? Am I not getting like the math correctly here? Ask him when he's getting married. This is when. Have you ever heard of EVE Online? Yeah, that game, the spreadsheet game, right? Where are you? Where am I getting married? Getting married here! Your mom called and she said she needs grandchildren. Damn it, my mom knows you? Shit. You get away from my mom and I'm no longer offering you my services. You think it was a good season? What the fuck? Yeah, sorry about that, Randy. Was good nerds pick love. Okay, guys, I gotta get out of here. I got things I gotta do today, okay? Thank you, everyone, for watching the stream. Also, a very big thanks to our anonymous donor for the largest donation the stream has ever received. I'll be back tomorrow around the same time. Tomorrow's Sunday, right? Wait, am I? Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow around the same time. Tomorrow's going to be a little bit of a shorter stream. So come here early. Yeah, it should be start around 8 a.m. Pacific time. So join me then, okay, guys? Have a great day, a great night. See you guys soon.